And we're live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. You know when the session starts, and you should be here already. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. I am here. Where are you? One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Missing someone. With all your heart. Missing someone. With heart. How much you miss it. And you deserve. And you deserve. And you deserve. And you did it right from the start. And you did it right from the start. Missing someone is as normal. Missing someone and missing someone is as normal. Missing someone. With all your heart. Missing someone. With heart. Missing someone. I am sad and so lonely. I am sad and so lonely.
Okay, so one man went to mow. The eagle has landed. Straight into it we go. No time to faff about. The eagle has landed. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. Now we go straight into the narratives and we speak first to the headlines. Buhari government hails Ohanaeze Indigbo's position on Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. So we see what Buhari has to say to the eastern quarters. KEMI Adeosun was not forced to resign. This is a position coming out from the Aso Rock space. So we speak to that. Buhari reveals what will happen to Mataweli Ayade as he officially welcomes them to APC. So we already know what will happen. Come to APC or your sins are forgiven. Defection, PDP faults Femi Adesina, says we are the hope of Nigerians in 2023. So the politics in its full throes. Malami reacts to Ohanaeze's formation of a legal team for Kanu. So lawyer to lawyer, let's see what the legalese is. Malami meets with Ohanaeze over Nnamdi Kanu. So the politics of Nnamdi Kanu continues to blossom and not at all fade. Terror-linked Pantami bags another award for continuing AHMADU Bello's agenda across the country. So plenty to go through. Your presence is the only thing that is required. One man went to mow your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man.
Àgbà kì í ṣòro bí ewé.
So, one man went to mow your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man. So, let's get straight into matters. Buhari government hails Ohanaeze Indigbo's position on Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. So, let's find out what's led to this. The President Muhammadu Buhari administration has hailed Ohanaeze Indigbo's decision to form a legal team to monitor the trial of Nnamdi Kanu. The indigenous people of Biafra IPOB leader was extradited late June, will return to court on July the 26th. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami said Ohanaeze's position is in line with the doctrines of the right of fair hearing rooted in Section 36 of the Nigerian Constitution. A statement on Monday said the body demonstrated their belonging to Nigeria and succumbed to the rule of law, whilst reiterating that they were not averse to the trial of Nnamdi Kanu. The group showed a mature departure from the mindset of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra when Ohanaeze said they do not support the use of any form of violence whilst channeling concerns and presenting demands, the AGF said. Malami added that by urging the youths to be law-abiding and asking them to obtain voters' card to enable them contribute to national development, Ohanaeze deserves commendation. The minister said the Buhari-led federal government respects the rule of law and does not advocate for the breach of it. So we exactly saw, of course, how much they respected the rule of law in Soka area, Ibadan, on that fateful night when they went and knocking at Igbo's house. But it continues, and I continue. Hence, with or without the so-called monitoring group, justice will be adequately served to Nnamdi Kanu with compliance with the enshrined provisions of the law. Malami expressed hope that the legal monitoring group will be guided by nothing but the rule of law in the process so as to convey the judgment of the court as delivered to their people. So Malami essentially on behalf of his principal reaching across to the Ohanaeze group. The Ohanaeze, of course, they know that they can control them easily with dollars, but Nnamdi Kanu, he was speaking a different tune. Kemi Adeosun was not forced to resign. This is Buhari speaking, or at least on behalf of former Minister of Finance, Mrs. Kemi Adeosun, was not asked to resign by the presidency. A top official close to the office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation has said. Another top National Youth Service Corps NYSC official confirmed that indeed an investigation was conducted and the report circulated in the presidency and few other top offices in the federal government. According to official sources, weeks after she was accused of using an alleged forged NYSC exemption letter, Mrs. Adeosun resigned of her own volition. Pardon me. According to official sources, weeks after she was accused of using an allegedly forged NYSC exemption letter, Mrs. Adeosun resigned of her own volition, having had a meeting with President Muhammadu Buhari, where she communicated her decision. Adeosun reportedly narrated the story to a few government officials at the time. The source affirmed that the former chairman of the board of African Export-Import Bank was not coerced or forced or asked to resign under any guise by anyone. It is not true that she was forced to resign or that it was when she was told of a report that was going to twist her hands. Mr. Dele Ogun's account on a recent Arise TV show is quite misleading. if it is read that anyone in the presidency forced her to leave. What actually happened was that she tendered her resignation after meeting with President Buhari. The sources at the SGF said the choice to resign was totally hers because she wanted a decent exit that preserved her reputation after being lured into the whole saga by otherwise trusted mentors who then later exposed the whole thing, although she never knew anything beforehand. Reacting to the claim by Dele Adeogun, the brother of Mrs. Adeosun said that she was told that there was an investigation into the matter. The top NYSC official said that there was indeed an investigation into the matter. If there was no investigation, then why did the NYSC issue a statement at the time that she indeed applied for an exemption certificate? It was because an investigation was carried out that we were able to ascertain the fact. I think her brother's claim is misleading and even false because it was not up to the vice president or his office to make the call. Since when has the vice president of Nigeria or his office have the power to ask ministers to resign? The source squeezed. So that is the to and fro of our Kemi Adeosun. After the investigation was done, a report was communicated to the Secretary of the Federal Government of the Federation by the NYSC. This report was not secret. Notable government officials were aware of this report. Her brother accused Premium Times of getting their facts wrong, but he is also doing the same thing. The fact that this matter are there for all to see, and there is no need to sugarcoat the matter, the official said. So the to's and fro's of Akemi Adeosun, the presidency comes out to deny categorically that they forced her out of office. Buhari reveals what will happen to Matawele Ayede after he officially welcomes them to the APC. President Muhammadu Buhari on Monday declared that the governors of Cross River and Zamfara State who recently left the PDP party for the APC will get more respect from their people. Speaking at the Aso Rock Villa when he officially welcomed Governors Ben Ayade and Bello Matawele to the APC, the president declared that the two leaders have taken a bold step and he values their decision. The governors were accompanied to the event by the chairman caretaker committee of the party and governor of Yobe State, Mia Malabuni, Governor Atiku Bagadu of Kebbi State, who is chairman of Progressive Governors Forum, and Governor Mohammed Badaru Abubakar of Jigawa State. The president's special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, in a statement on Monday about the event, disclosed that Buhari handed party flags to the two governors, raised their hands aloft, and declared, "This is one of the happiest times for us in this party. For you to have the courage to leave your constituencies speaks a lot. I wish Nigerians will reflect about that. I congratulate you for leaving your constituencies for our great party. We lost many states at the last election, which is unusual for a ruling party, but we did it to prove that we are a tolerant group. We wanted to demonstrate that we respect individuals. We emphasized that we respect our people. That was why we insisted on free and fair elections. Our leaders should show honesty and respect for their followers." So this is Buhari speaking. So let's just pause there for a moment. Let's just, because it's quite pertinent to notice words. It says, this is one of the happiest times for our party, so that's fine. For you to have the courage to leave your constituencies speaks a lot. So leave your constituencies, you have to really qualify that. What is it saying? Does it mean by constituencies their party or the constituency that voted them in, which is the people of their state? So that is an ambiguous statement subject to interpretation. We wish Nigerians will reflect on that. I congratulate you for leaving your constituencies for a great party. So this is where it gets interesting. We lost many states at the last election, which is unusual for a ruling party. So that now is where I wanted to land on. We lost many states at the last election, which is unusual for a ruling party. So, how is that unusual for a ruling party? Is what you have to reflect on, especially a party that has served one term. So, of course, before a party comes into governance, there are a lot of romantic notions about their capacity and their ability and what they have to do. But after having served one term, the fortunes of any ruling party tends to dip because the people would have become disillusioned with them in some form. There is nowhere in the world that a ruling party wins with whatever margin that they came into governance in the first instance. It is extremely rare. But what this guy is saying, of course, is saying, let me just read you that statement again. I congratulate you for leaving your constituencies for a great party. We lost many states at the last election, which is unusual for a ruling party. So he's saying that they did not rig enough, essentially, is what I'm reading into that. But we did that to prove that we're a tolerant group. So what does it mean they did that to prove that they're a tolerant group? They lost those states because the people rejected them. So what is their tolerance in it? Of course, he is again speaking to that language of rigging, which then essentially an admittance that he rigged himself back into power. There is no other way to read that other than in that way, because this is a confessional statement you're hearing right there. We have demonstrated that we respect individuals. We emphasized that we respect our people. That was why we insisted on a free and fair election. So I'm not quite sure where that insistence took place for a free and fair election when in 2019 Nigerians emphatically and categorically rejected Malam Buhari and Mahmoud Yakubu just read out figures and told us that he's going to be our president whether we like it or not. And of course, Tanko Mohammed assented to that, the worst election in the history of Africa. We emphasized that we respect our people. So a nonsensical statement, in fact. We emphasized that we respect our people. That was why we insisted on a free and fair election. This guy is just mocking people now. Leaders should show honesty and respect for their followers. Of course, we see the honesty and respect that is shown at Ibadan. When they went to Savage, President Buhari added that to be principled and identify your objectives is a great quality that should endear us to our people. Your people will respect you more for having the courage to come to APC at your own time. Nobody forced you. Well, nobody forced them, but of course, the words of Oshiomhole echoing in their ears come to APC and all sins are forgiven. And the forgiveness of the sins is what you're seeing playing out now. Nobody forced you, but you believe it is the best way to serve your people. I value your decision. Governor Mia Malabuni said the governors joined APC in appreciation of the good works the president was doing for the country, and also announced that local government and state congresses of the party will start from July the 31st, 2021. He said the congresses were shifted for 1 week because the initial date clashes with Salah festivities. So now, of course, the official religion of the country, Islam, the whole country now has to move to facilitate for their religious leaning. So on to the next one, defection. PDP fault Femi Adesina says we are the hope of Nigerians in 2023. The PDP claps back. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has faulted Femi Adesina, special advisor to President Muhammadu Buhari, on media and publicity over his statement that the party may become empty before the 2023 general election. In his weekly article titled "Speaking to PDP in the Language It Understands," Adesina said the current defections from the PDP to the ruling party APC, the ruling party will continually grow stronger in the days ahead, whilst the opposition will continually become weaker. However, speaking in a chat with correspondent Kola Ologbondiyan, the PDP's National Publicity Secretary, said it is laughable for Adesina to say PDP will become empty just because 3 governors left its fold for the APC. In the first place, I know quite well that Femi Adesina understands the meaning of the word Gale. That's Gale. So, meaning of the word Gale. So, I think he's using that word to achieve a particular purpose. By saying Gale of defection, you are suggesting that everybody has left the PDP, which is untrue. The foundation of his commentary is very wrong. Having said that, it is completely wrong for him to say that 3 governors left the party, then the PDP will not exist before 2023. It is totally wrong for him to say that, and I think he should respond to the situation they have put the nation into: mass hunger, insecurity, and economic woes. APC is a party that claimed to be fighting corruption but cannot prosecute its members who are found to be corrupt. Right now, they don't know how to go to the public space in 2023 to campaign. So they are working hard to destroy the hopes of Nigeria, which is the PDP. So the back and forth of our political to and fro. Pardon me. So on to the next headline, and still that Nnamdi Kanu Malami Buhari space. Malami reacts to Ohanese's formation of a legal team for Nnamdi Kanu. So another inflection on that story that we've already heard. Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami SAN has welcomed the formation of legal team by Ohanaeze Ndigbo to monitor the proceedings at the trial of the self-acclaimed IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, which is in line with the doctrines of right of fair hearing rooted in Section 36 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I'm not going to bring you the fullness of that because I think we've already tackled that. So let's see now if there's anything new in this now still Malami Ohanaeze narrative. Malami meets with Ohanaeze over Nnamdi Kanu. So let's see if there's any addition to what we already have on the table. The legal team of the Ndigbo group has met with the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami to monitor the proceedings relating to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. This was disclosed in a statement issued by the Special Assistant on Media and Public Relations to the Office of the AGF, Jubrilu Gwandu. The statement stated that the position of Ohanaeze Ndigbo on the issue of Kanu demonstrated their recognition of belonging to Nigeria and succumbing to the rule of law. The group showed a mature departure from the mindset of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra when Ohanaeze said they do not support the use of any form of violence whilst channeling concerns and presenting demands. By urging the youth to be law-abiding and sheathe their swords, as well as asking them to try to obtain voters' cards to enable them contribute to national development, the position of Ohanaeze becomes glaringly constitutional and commendable. Malami also stated that the current administration respects the rule of law and does not advocate for the breach of law. Hence, with or without the so-called monitoring group, justice will adequately be served to Nnamdi Kanu in compliance with the enshrined provisions of the law. He also expressed hope that the group will be open-minded and guided by the rule of law as they convey the court's judgment to their people in their local dialects. So that is essentially what we have just read. So let's sum it up now with the terrorist state government Pantami. Terror-linked Pantami bags another award for continuing AHMADU Bello's agenda across Nigeria. So this is the person that all Nigerians are submitting their data to, your personal details, where you live, who you are, etc. Died in the wool self-confessed terrorist is who is collating this information. Terror-linked Pantami bags another award for continuing AHMADU Bello's agenda across Nigeria. Issa Pantami, Nigeria's Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, has been awarded yet another award for his contribution to steering the nation's communication sector in line with the legacy of late Premier of Northern Nigeria, Sir Ahmadu Bello Saudana of Sokoto. The latest award by an NGO, Saudana of Our Time, that is SWOT, so that is their acronym. The latest award by an NGO, Saudana of Our Time, SOOT, was announced via the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy's Facebook page. It follows similar gale of awards that have been bestowed upon Mr. Pantami since his past connection with terror organizations, Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, came to light. Correspondents had revealed in a series of reports how Mr. Pantami had declared his respect for terrorist organizations and even criticized then federal government for killing his Muslim brothers, Boko Haram. In June 2021, Mr. Pantami was awarded the Most Outstanding Minister of the Year 2021 by a tabloid newspaper, Elite Exclusive Magazine. The Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy says the latest accolade from SWOT is in recognition of the minister's outstanding contribution to society in the digital economy sector of Nigeria, in line with the legacy of the late Premier of Northern Nigeria, Sir Ahmadu Bello Saudana of Sokoto. Mr. Bello, a former Premier of the Northern Region and conservative politician, pushed hard Mr. Bello, a former Premier of the Northern Region and conservative politician, pushed hard for the modernization of Northern Nigeria and the unification of the diverse tribes in the region. He also promoted the Northernization policy to emplace Northerners in federal establishments such as public service, military, and paramilitary. The revered Fulani leader was alleged in an article to have said the new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather Uthman Danfodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We use the minorities in the north as willing tools and the south as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. So these are the words, of course, of Ahmadu Bello, the organization that the NGO stands for the NGO, of course, awarding the terrorist Isa Pantami with accolades. So to all of that, and to you, Pansat, to you,
Yes.
Brownberry, Engineer, we see you. Ajanle Coco, we see you. Sam, we
Hello,
see you. And Sam, we see you. So first to you, Panzat, you are always in the car. How are you?
I'm almost home this time, but I didn't want to miss the show, so I'm doing pretty good. How's
Do
everybody?
you want me to give you a moment, or are you? Do you
No,
want me to give you a moment?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, so let me just mute whoever needs to, because I'm getting some feedbacks from whoever. So let me just but you speak to the space as I'm trying to just quieten down the space. Buhari government hails Ohanaeze in Digbo for throwing Nnamdi Kanu under the bus. Kemi Adesina was not forced to retire from government. Buhari tells all the governors leaving PDP for APC that they can keep all the monies that they looted. Back and forth between APC and Femi Adesina. And this now, the terrorist in government is a Pantami being given yet another award by some dubious organization. So to all of that, Pansat.
Yes. What we have to understand is that we cannot spend too much time trying to pass out the terrorism in Nigeria. We have to, especially people with platforms such as yourself, we are going to have to now tackle this problem. We cannot be doing piecemeal. Pantami and everybody from that section, they are one. They are terrorists. The government is a terrorist government. So we have to attack the dragon, and that's Mr. Buhari himself. It doesn't matter what what they call the presidency, the appointments. It's now come down to where we have to get serious. Okay, I'm sorry to try to make it a concluding stuff. We have to deal with this issue. These little potatoes, such as
In what way? But please don't advocate violence, because we are not about violence in this space. So what elegant, intelligent solutions are you proposing?
what I'm gonna propose is a solution. How
Right.
you qualify it? You know, if you
Yeah, but
ask,
don't advocate violence though,
I
because
am not.
yeah.
I'm not advocating violence. What it
Mhm.
is, it's like I called Sowore at some point, and I was telling him that, look, if you go to march against the Nigerian government and you say you're going to do a peaceful march, well, that's from your side. The state is a terrorist state. If you go and you shoot up Igbo, he's not advocating violence. If you go and you shoot Sowore on the leg, if they know you're not armed or you don't advocate violence, how are you going to do anything? You can't do anything. If the international community wants us to abide by those protocols of no violence and all that,
Okay, if
fine,
you are
then
saying
come and help
violence,
us.
how are you going to
The
outmatch
state
the
has
Nigerian army? Are you setting people up to slaughter? Are
no.
you trying to set people up to slaughter? How are you going to outmatch the Nigerian forces?
Well, you have to understand that the casualties that we're taking right now is just about the same as a war.
You must be joking.
No, I'm not
I'm
joking.
going to let you go, because I don't think you understand quite what we're doing here. That's just a nonsensical
Look,
thing to say.
look, you can be naive if you want to.
You are the naive one. You are in the comfort of your home in America. No doubt on Sunday you will take your children, your son down to soccer practice, and you are asking the people in Nigeria to go and be chopping bullet for you. You
No,
go to Nigeria and phone in
I have
from there.
not. You have not
Go into
even.
Nigeria and phone in from there, and let's
No,
see you chop the first
I'm go.
bullet.
I'm going to Nigeria. I just got back from Nigeria. I'm going to Nigeria again. It's
Yes.
not the issue. Is that you are not giving me a time to
No,
state my
because I
case.
don't like the tonality of where you are heading. I've already said we're not here to There has to be an elegant way. There has to be a brain way to rescue ourselves. You cannot out-violence the Nigerian state, so you are essentially setting people up for slaughter. Don't set people up for slaughter because I am not putting my name to that.
No, because that's not what I'm advocating.
Yeah,
You
so
have
don't advocate violence. That's what I'm saying to you. So don't do
I,
that.
not only do I not advocate violence, I'm against violence.
Okay, good. Then
However,
we're both
I
on the
do
same
not
sheet then.
I do not sugarcoat. First of all, I could come up with an idea without being the one to. That's another fallacy in your statement. Somebody who is advocating a solution does not have to be the one to carry it out. That's not what you're supposed to be doing here. United States, I
No,
could be
you
a
lead from the
coward
front. You lead from the
and come
front,
up with
not
a
the back.
solution and let the brave
No,
people
no,
do
you
it.
lead from the front, not the back. So
But
if you are advocating to put people in harm's way, then you put yourself in harm's way too.
that's not necessarily the case in this situation that we're in. That I am playing the role of a critic. I could be a good critic and not be a doer. I'm coming into the house, so I'm going to be able to talk to you. I want to talk to you. You're not listening.
No, and I want you to talk as well because yours is a voice that I want to hear. But please don't put people in harm's way.
No, I understand the legalities and social media responsibilities that you have, but
And
if I
just the responsibility as an adult as well. You know that this is just me on a laptop. But you'll be surprised at the reach of this platform. And some people that might not be as sophisticated as you are might take your words literally. And I want you to be guarded in that respect in how you utter those words. So
I
don't say something that will put somebody in harm's way because
I
I
appreciate
cannot lend my name to that.
I appreciate that. Okay,
Yeah.
please listen to me for a couple of minutes. Just give me 2 minutes, then you go to somebody else and then come back
Oh,
to
okay.
me.
No, carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in a quagmire, right? We have a state that has turned to become a terrorist state. There is no doubt about that. The Nigerian state is a terrorist state. Now, do they have the upper hand? Yes. You have the military, you have outsiders, we have internal problems, and we have outside problems. Now we have to define our situation without sugarcoating it. How else are we supposed? What's your role if you're not going to abide by truth? Okay, we are going to have to be truthful in the diagnosis of the situation we're in. You mentioned one angle of it, which means we, the citizens of Nigeria, we don't have a marching violent tool against our state. Now, I am saying that the Nigerian issue is no longer nitpicking the little individuals in that government. We have to go and hold Mr. Buhari accountable. He is the one that the Constitution of Nigeria has placed virtually all powers in his hands. If he makes appointments, he's responsible for those appointments. But he is so stubborn. He takes delight in the fact that if he says that he's going to do something, he has no accountability. He doesn't present himself to the press. He has completely destroyed the federal character doctrine of the shambolic constitution we have anyway. So if he goes out there,
We lost you for a moment.
or one region or one religion, which in turn makes people don't believe that they belong to the same country. That's exactly what he's doing. So he single-handedly removed a constitutional Supreme Court justice via a CCT tribunal, an administrative court. He removes the Supreme Court justice.
And that process itself was unconstitutional. The process they used to remove Onoge was outside of the law.
Absolutely. Not only is it unconstitutional, it's unacceptable. That is, in essence, it's unacceptable.
Yeah, but this is why you will notice that often the word impunity is used anytime references are made to the particular regime that we have at the moment. So they rule with absolute fiat and with impunity. So this is
Yes.
why we're saying that they operate essentially outside of the law. So
Yes.
what is the solution to that? This government that has no regard for law or the rule of law. What is the solution?
You sure you wanna hear the solution? Because
Yeah, but don't ask people to take to guns. But
no, I am not asking for anybody to. They're asking for people to take guns and stuff like. They're the ones asking for that. There's nothing else we could do but to solicit international help. Okay, but our language.
but that is already being done via Ninas.
No, but that's not going to cut it. We have a template. When the international community is serious, we know. For example, Britain is completely out of it. They don't belong in the international community I'm talking about. Our case is against Britain. Now, a Mr. Shalabi of Iraq once said something that's remarkable, and I think it's apropos in this case. Quote, he says, the world makes progress when America punishes its friends and rewards its enemies. This is one of those times that we have to go to the United States and tell them that they have to punish their friends. And that would be the United Kingdom.
What would be the incentive?
For who?
For the Americans.
Well, they would be doing the right thing, for one thing.
But they are getting free oil at the moment from the Malams. So why would they give up the free oils they're getting from the Malams just because they want to be nice to the Igbos and the Yorubas? Why would they do that?
A very good question. The reason they would do that is because states are rational actors. The United States is a rational actor. There is nothing for them to lose by doing the right thing. Okay.
They will lose the oil.
They will not lose the oil because just like
and then they will cause instability in the most populous black country in the world.
No, there's instability now. You have people, the government, going and kidnapping young girls from school.
Do you have any solution that, because I'm not really chiming with, I'm not sure where you're going. Where are you going with what you're saying?
Where I'm going, first of all, I should call it, I guess, diplomacy. We have to be serious about what we want. There are many of us in diaspora, and especially in diaspora. I just told you,
Professor Akitoye, Tony Nandi, all the groups and all the what Ninas, etc. They are all already in that space, and they have been writing letters for years. So letter writing is not the solution.
It's not the solution, and what they're doing is not the solution. What I'm telling you is the solution.
Which is what?
States are rational actors. This situation with Iraq, they had the oil, just like Nigeria. They didn't. The United States did not lose that oil. There's nothing you're gonna say that doesn't fit perfectly with Iraq and Nigeria. It's like a hand and glove. That's what we need. I just quoted Mr. Shalabi for you, who is a Shia from Iraq. They made their case to George Bush II. And they showed that Saddam Hussein was...
Saddam Hussein was a visceral reaction to 9/11 and a personal reaction to what his father failed to complete. The Saddam Hussein Iraq George Bush narrative is a totally different story. It's a standalone story. Do you know the history of Saddam Hussein and the on the Bush family? It was Saddam Hussein that costed George Bush's father his inability to get a second term. And then, of course, he used the leverage of 9/11 to settle old scores. So, I mean, that's a totally different story. You live in America, you should know this.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That is the speculation. Okay, the United States would not do what they did based on that. That is what most people say. But if you look at it analytically, you look at it not you look at it strategically. Why did they do what they did? Officially, the United States was making the case that he was pursuing weapons of mass destruction.
Yes.
But that was the remote cause that they gave. Okay, I'm not saying that's acceptable, but the immediate cause of that war was that Saddam Hussein, a minority Sunni in Iraq.
No, it's nothing to do. Saddam Hussein has been a minority Sunni for 40 years that he has been ruling that country. It was a personal matter between the Bush family and Saddam, and he used the leverage of 9/11 to savage the place. That was what happened. There was no weapon of mass. Forget all that. Anyway, go to the Nigerian space because I'm not quite sure if you're 100% au fait with that particular American politics. But to the Nigerian space.
Okay, but to destroy what you just said, United States
right.
Also, they attacked Afghanistan.
Yes.
Okay, because they were not letting girls go to school over there. The Taliban was doing exactly what is being done in Nigeria. But
do you know who was hiding? Do you know who was hiding in Afghanistan?
He was not hiding in Afghanistan. He was
who was not hiding in Afghanistan?
He was in Pakistan.
Who?
If you're talking about Osama bin Laden.
Yes, he was in that cause. But what's the difference between Pakistan and Afghanistan? They eventually found him in Pakistan, but he was hiding in the mountains, in the hills, in the caves, in the mountains in Afghanistan for years and years.
Right, but
look, forget American politics. Let's go to the Nigerian space. Yeah.
American politics is our salvation. Because
okay, then give us that salvation because I'm not sure I'm chiming with what you are saying.
Because you have to let me land.
Okay, land.
One more minute because I want you to go around and come back to me again. To be fair, that's okay. I am saying to you that the president of the United States at the time and his wife were compelled to take action because Saddam Hussein was gassing the Kurds, okay, of Iraq. That's actually the main reason why he took that action, and also took a similar action in
how long into his regime did George Bush? No, hold on. How long into his regime did George Bush launch against Saddam? How long into his regime? How long into his administration did George Bush launch into Iraq?
He went into Iraq in 1991.
And when did he become president?
I mean, in 2001. He became president.
And when did he become president?
2000.
There you go. And how long has Saddam been gassing the Kurds? Saddam has been gassing the Kurds for 20, 30 years. So why is it as soon as he becomes president, he launches? He went in off the back of what happened. Anyway, forget all that, because we're of different views on that.
We are, but I'm making the case to show you that we have a template already. And that template,
we don't. That is not a template. That is an isolated situation. Because Saddam has been gassing the Kurds for 15, 20, 25 years. George Bush came into power barely a year and he launched against Saddam. Saddam was responsible for his father not getting a second term. The what is it called? The Al Qaeda or whatever. The Osama group attacked 9/11, and he used that thing to settle old scores and to assert America's power. That was what happened. So forget that Saddam has been gassing the Kurds for decades and decades. Why would George Bush come in barely a year into his tenure and suddenly that is the thing that strikes him the most to go and start a war? Balance the thing now.
Yeah, okay. I'm not quarreling with the facts you're mentioning, but it's a cause and effect.
These are historical facts now that we all have access to.
Yeah, we do. So, but the point I'm making is that in Nigeria of today, you have hundreds of secondary school girls taken from their dormitories. You have over 1,000, between 300 and something and 1,000 Shia in Zaria massacre. You have Yorubas, Benue, Igbos being killed every day in Nigeria in the hundreds. You have a situation where there is Islamic terrorism in Nigeria, religious jihad against Christians. You have governors, senators. I mean, you could list the gamut goes from Shehu Sani from Kaduna State. This man overturned our constitution. He arrested Senate presidents, whereas in their rule book in that Senate, they're supposed to pick their own leader. You have a president who's ruling with a presidency. He doesn't address the people. He's cold-blooded. He doesn't obey laws. Okay, but now you have an agitated populace. Over 2/3 of Nigerians feel that something is wrong, that something must be done, and they have no voice. And some of them are taking up arms. Okay, so now the international community has to be lobbied properly. It's not going to be done by consequences like you're doing. You don't want people to take up arms. Well, let the Nigerian state stop them from taking arms. They have to do something. They have violated.
But I want you to lead us to a solution. It's only really for pressure of time. So if you can condense it and speed it to where the conversation is. So take us to where you want us to be, and then we have a conversation from there. So take it to the landing point, and then we have a conversation around your solutions.
Okay, I'll take exactly 1 minute to do that, and then I'll wait around for it to come out. I am pleading with Nigerians, period. Nigerians of all hues, especially northern Nigerians, those with a conscience. My plea is that we have to do something right now. This is the time for us to stop everything. Those with your platform, we cannot be picking on the little guys now, Pantamis or anybody else, or Nnamdi Kalu's or Igboho's distraction. This is the time for us to say no, not by marching. We have to go after Buhari himself. He's the dragon. So the solution.
How do we do that? The Senate is not going to impeach him. There's not going to be a military coup. And if you take to the street, you get shot. So what are you proposing? Well, the Senate will not impeach him. There's not going to be a military coup. And if you go out demonstrating, as we've seen severally, you will get shot. So what are you proposing?
We are going to have to go out and get shot, because that is the way liberty comes. It's either they're going to give us liberty or they're going to give us death, because unfortunately, I know what you're pointing at. A lot of us are going to get killed. If the international community, that's what they want. Now, I'm telling you, especially you, one man, we are in all these European cities and capitals and all over, because they went through what we went through. They got killed. So they're gonna kill us because we deserve the leadership we have right now. But it's time to change that. They're gonna kill us. They're killing us right now. I just told you that they killed over 300. The victims claim 1,000. That issue is probably the worst issue in my life. Killing Shias. I'm not a Shia, but that.
Are you sure you are not just trying to leverage that particular tragedy for your Biafran narrative? Because I know that the Biafrans, they tend to capture situations to embellish their own thrust.
We may be accused of that, We may not be the only ones who are accused of that. That may be the case, but I'm telling you that the Igbos themselves did nothing. They said nothing, and that's shameful. The Yoruba said, no, how do you go in our country and kill that many people in a day or two and bury them in a mass grave? That is unresolved. Now, there's been others, but there's
No,
nothing.
there's been a judgment against it in Kaduna that puts the blame on the army.
It's not a
So,
Kaduna issue. The governor himself, Mr. Rufai, is a culprit in that massacre. That is not a local issue. That is not a partisan issue. That is not a Shia issue. That is not a Nigerian issue. If we could sit there and have those kids, women massacred in that magnitude, we have no moral standing to complain if they come and kill 20 Igbos here and there or 10 Igbos here and there. That is unacceptable. There are a few things that I've told you that are unacceptable. That's one of them. The removal of Mr. Onegin is unacceptable.
Okay. Let me bring you this. Let me bring you this, and then I'll move on just to that space that you're speaking. Judicial panel indicts Nigerian Army General orders for Zaria massacre of the Shiites. The general officer commanding the Nigerian Army's 1st Division, Adeniyi Oyebade, a major general, authorized last December's military operation that massacred at least 347 members of the Shia Muslim group in Zaria and should be prosecuted. A judicial commission of inquiry into the killing has said in its final report. The commission of inquiry set up by the Kaduna state government indicted Mr. Oyebade and other senior officers for the attack. Correspondents can authoritatively report. So there's a judgment already in place with regards to that situation. But thank you. You've not even spoken on the talking points, but just really to bring everybody else on board. So I'll ask you to hold, and then I'll do the rounds. So thank you, Pansat, ladies and gentlemen. So stay with us. We go on to engineer. Engineer, to you. No, okay, that's better. I think the crackling was actually coming from Pansat. So, engineer, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Just give me one second.
Let me skip you then and go to Ajanle Koko, and then I'll come
please.
back to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
I'm here, Mr. One Man. How are you?
So, I'm good. So, Buhari government, via the voice of Malami, hails the Ohanaeze for throwing their son and the Kanu under the bus. KEMI Adeosun, they are claiming that they did not force her to resign. Buhari welcomes Matawele and Ayade to APC and tells them that all sins are forgiven. And the PDP back and forth with Femi Adesina. So that is essentially what we're talking about. Isa Pantami, he continues to buy himself awards. Now the latest award that he has bought himself is from AHMADU BELLO Appreciation Society, who are giving him awards for continuing the legacy of AHMADU BELLO. So to that, Ajanle Koko.
Okay, let me start with the Buhari welcoming Ayade and the governor of Zamfara.
Yes, come to APC and all your sins are forgiven.
The governor of Zamfara had once said in the public that if he move out from PDP or change party, that God should kill him or punish him.
God should strike him down, yes.
Yeah, God should strike him down. So let's see what is going to happen to him now that he has done contrary to what he said in the public. He knows well that he cannot win the next election. That is why he's moving to APC. Because APC is, Zamfara state is APC control state. what I mean by APC control state is that APC is very strong in Zamfara. APC at any day will win 80% of the vote in Zamfara. So it was an anti-party vote by APC against their own in the last election that gave him the victory, that make him the governor where he is today.
Was
there
that
was
not
wrangling
essentially
within APC then as per the
referendum?
candidate they presented for the governorship position. So some caucus, another strong caucus within the party were not happy about the way they did the fraudulent nomination then. So and they decided to go and vote for PDP. So that was why he won the election. So it's not based on his popularity. So he knows that.
Anti-vote.
And he knows that 2023 for his re-election is around the corner. And APC is doing their registration and everything now. So he has to move to APC to save his head so that they can win the second time.
Have you been at
There's
that
no way he
bottle
will
again,
remain in PDP and win the second time if APC got their acts together. If they work, as one party, he cannot win re-election. So he want to win re-election, and that is why he moved to APC. So that is on him. So Ayade moved to APC. By my opinion, maybe he's trying to cover his loot, everything that he has done with, respect of his corrupt practices and shady deal he has done with the finances of the state. I think that is why he's moving. That's my own opinion. I believe that is why he moved to APC.
It's essentially the case. This is what they do.
Ayade is not a strong person in PDP in Cross River State. So,
but he's not going to be
he
strong.
He is not in control.
He will not be
of
strong
the structure
in APC
of the party, unlike
you can hear me. You can't
most
hear
of
me,
the governors.
Can you hear me, engineer?
Most of the governors we have are always in control of the structure of their party, but he is not in control of the party. The executive organ of the party in the state does not move with him to APC. All the elected representative and even his commissioners, nobody move with him to APC. So him moving to APC has two objectives. Number one, like I said earlier, he wants to cover his head, cover his loot and all the corrupt practices he had done, believing that if he moves to APC, the power of the president and the incumbent party in power, they can use that to cover him up. And secondly, he believes that they have all the wherewithal to rig the election, just like what's the name of this guy? This guy in Kogi State did.
Yaya Bello.
You know, the president,
Yaya
Bello. Just like Yaya Bello did. In the last election, the last election was rigged for him. He did not actually win. So he have that in his hand. Oh, if I move to APC, APC will use all the power they have to rig the election for him. So we got to see what is going to play out. So he is not a strong person to win the election, and I believe he's trying to cover his loot. So that is why he moved to APC.
Can you hear me?
The second topic on additional PDP. Well, Adeosun will never stop doing what he's doing, saying all sort of things against PDP and all the rest, saying that PDP is a dead party. I don't think that is the right thing for him to do, because as a presidential spokesman, he should have, concentrate on, doing the communication aspect of the presidency, instead of dabbling into politics and saying all sort of things. So Adesina is just a jab mouth. He just say whatever that comes to his head. That's the way I say it, and he will never stop saying it. He has said it even against Afenifere in the past. He said something I cannot remember, but he kind of said something bad against them and stuff like that. So Adesina, it looked like he has completely compromised the ethics of his profession. He has allowed that position to get into his head, and that position has overwhelmed him, and he doesn't respect the ethics of his profession. So that's my take on Adesina. Then what's the third one? The Ohanaeze.
You can't hear me, can you? So I'm not sure.
Ohanaeze going to
no, you can't hear me.
Malami to work out a deal with Malami on Kanu. It's a good move. It's a good move. I think they seen it clearly that Kanu is in the heart of Igbo people. And Igbos are not happy about what has happened to Kanu, how he was kidnapped and renditioned, to Nigeria. So they are not happy. And for Ohanaeze to save his head, I think they did what they have to do, what they did to save their head and to win the heart of Igbo people.
Okay. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. I can't have a conversation with you, so no point.
Whether we like it or not.
I'm going to mute Ajanle Koko. I need to bring him back. So let me. Just bear with me one moment. Ajanle Koko, check the private chat, because we can't have a communication with you. Let's go to Rational Mind and see if that takes place. Rational Mind, can you hear me? Maybe it's my system. Rational Mind?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, brilliant. So it's Ajanle Koko's system, not mine. So, engineer, let me go to Rational Mind first, and then I'll come to you. So, Rational Mind, to the narrative, Buhari hails Ohanaeze Ndigbo's position regarding Nnamdi Kanu. So, I am reading that to mean that they are throwing Nnamdi Kanu under the bus, essentially. But what is your reading? So let's start from that first, and then Buhari welcomes Ayade and Matawele to the APC. So let's take your soundings on those two, and then we go them in stage. We go through them rather in stages.
Before I can make any comment on that, what was the Ohanaeze said? Because I've had different Ohanaeze people talking about. Some people say the way it was rendition was illegal.
What they are saying is more so the position that they've taken. The President Muhammadu Buhari administration has hailed Ohanaeze Ndigbo's decision to form a legal team to monitor the trial of Nnamdi Kanu. The indigenous people of Biafra IPOB leader was extradited late June, will return to court on July the 26th. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami said Ohanaeze's position is in line with the doctrine of right of fair hearing rooted in the Constitution. A statement on Monday said the body demonstrated their belonging to Nigeria and succumbed to the rule of law, whilst reiterating that they are averse to trial of Nnamdi Kanu. The group showed a mature departure from the mindset of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra when Ohanaeze said they do not support the use of any form of violence, whilst channeling concerns and presenting demands, the AGF said. So it's essentially agreeing with their position in terms of they are saying that they will set up a legal team to supervise and superintend the Nnamdi Kanu trial, and they do not agree with the confrontational stance of the IPOB movement and essentially Nnamdi Kanu. So they are getting a pat on the back from the Attorney General of the Federation for that, and I am suggesting essentially that they are throwing Nnamdi Kanu under the bus.
Well, you might read it that way. Maybe possibly it could be that too. But for me, you see, these people are just hypocrites. The presidency, the president himself, and those elites that from his own part of his own region of Nigeria that works with him. And there was some Southerners too who works with him, so-called elites. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that it's a kind of hypocrisy here, because if you people believe in the rule of law, which is what Ohanaeze is trying to do, they want to make sure that their own son gets a fair hearing and a fair trial. And in trying to do that, they're going through the legal process, using the legal means, just to make sure that this guy gets a fair hearing. But if they knew that things should be done according to law, most of the things that we're having that is wrong with Buhari's government would not have even come up in the first place. But because, like he said, that the rule of, national security is above rule of law. And I think on that premise, he's been acting crazy and he's been clamping down on dissenters and even the press right now. It's also being threatened. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that it's just an hypocrisy on their part, saying that, oh, because they've hired a lawyer or they've tried to monitor the whole thing and they are good for that. Well, they are good, but I wouldn't expect them to be saying that, because it's not in their own place to be saying that to Nnamdi Kanu, to Ohanaeze, because if they knew that they would have extradited him, even though they captured him in Kenya or wherever they captured him, they'd have followed the due process by filing the necessary papers and getting caught over there in the country where he was extradited from, to sanction his extradition back to Nigeria. But isn't
it the most ridiculous thing that somebody like Malami is talking about?
Malami himself, who is known as the top
abuser of the rule of law.
It should be the top law enforcer of the Nigerian law, but himself is the abuser. Look at how they incarcerated this guy in, so to speak, Showore. Use all the old gimmicks in the legal book to make sure that this guy is just, give him a city arrest. In a democratic country where people are free to voice their the opinion that is not consistent with the government. But then they find ways, and look at how they went and invaded Igbo's house and even killing people. And that's just few. What about even Nnamdi Kanu himself before he ran away? So we're talking about people who don't respect law. And then suddenly now they're acting like, oh, we respect law. We love people that respects law, that want to follow due process. Come off for that, my brother. Let's not just go down. Let's talk about it.
Okay, talking about respecting laws. Buhari welcomes the governors of Rivers State and Zamfara State, Ayade and Matawele, to APC. And of course, Adams Oshiomhole had told us that no matter what you have done in your previous incarnation, when you get to the APC, all your sins are forgiven. All your sins are forgiven. So this is what Buhari said. He says, we congratulate you for leaving your constituencies for our great party. We lost many states at the last election, which is unusual for a ruling party. We did it to prove that we are a tolerant group. We wanted to demonstrate that we respect individuals. We emphasized that we respect our people. That was why we insisted on free and fair elections. leaders should show honesty and respect for their people. So on and on it goes, but essentially he gives them the flag of our APC. So he hands them a little flag by way of a welcome to APC, but essentially all the atrocities that they have committed now, that is now because of course he is signaling to the space that these people are with me now. So we don't expect the EFCC going after.
Ayade
Yes.
and the rest of his goons or whatever from the
Mm.
PDP who defected and from other parties. I call them political prostitutes. That's how I call them.
Yes.
Yeah. So these are people who have no values, who have no core ideologies. Today, in the morning they are in PDP, in the evening they are in APC, and in the night they move back to whatever. In fact, the other man, I think all of us will be talking here about possible political heavyweight for 2023. I think we'll not be mentioning this guy from former Cross River governor. What's that his name? This fine boy, fine man. What was his name?
Who?
That was there during Obasanjo's time. I've forgotten his name. And he contested for the election under SDP.
Oh, is it Donald Duke?
Donald Duke, yeah. Donald Duke is back in PDP.
Oh God.
Yeah, he's back to PDP, and he's looking
We
like
have so many criminals in that country. That one is a hardened criminal too, isn't it?
Well, I don't know much about. I mean, well, they say.
Is that book?
No,
Why are you paying
no,
attention
it's
to
not
his fine
criminal.
boyness anyway? What is this? Are you trying to tell us something?
You mean about him?
Yes. Why are you paying attention to his fine boyness? Huh?
Well, he's an handsome man. I mean.
No, that's for you to determine. I don't know anything
be careful
about
with
that.
that language.
Look at that engineer. Look at the language
Be
that
careful
this
with that
man.
language. He's a fine man. Be careful.
No.
So I'm not even talking about. I'm not even particular about that. I'm just saying that.
No. We are just pulling your legs.
It's just back to PDP. It's back to PDP, and it seems PDP is well. Let's see how the momentum gathers. But then back to Ayade and the rest of them. These are guys that just they have no values, they have no principle. I wonder why Nigeria. See, the problem is like when we were growing back up there back then in the 70s. I was most of us that our parents were not really schooled, that were not really educated, as we would say by the standard then. I mean, some of them they are. My dad bought. I mean, he buys a lot of newspaper. He reads newspaper. My mom, all of us, we talk politics sometimes. I mean, these are people who really didn't go to, who didn't really finish their secondary school, or perhaps they didn't even go to university. So what am I trying to say is that people back then were politically conscious. You talk about even during the time of the Action Congress back then, Action Group during the Awolowo. A lot of people that were following them then, they were not really learned people, but they were politically aware of what is going on in society. They could vote based on what they know, But these days, they've so bastardized people in that country whereby people don't, we understand how the whole thing is playing out because a lot of people have to look for what to eat every day. They don't even care about what is going on in the news. They just want to how they can put food on the table for themselves. Their next meal is coming. So people don't think about what I'm trying to say in this is people should be looking at all these things, these permutations going on in the political circle to determine who they're going to vote for. If they make that decision come 2020, that is 2023 ever comes. So, but then Nigerians, we see back, in 2023 now, we're going to see these same idiots we're all criticizing and we all call thieves or whatever we say they are. They're still going to be there. They're still going to be voted in. Either they rig them in or whatever. But what I'm just trying to say is that people themselves in Nigeria right now, they don't even care about who goes in there. All they just care is their meal and everything. And so for that reason, we're in problem in that country. We're in problem because these idiots moving carpeting in itself should be a sign that people should hold on to in determining who they vote for and who they don't vote for. But people don't do that. Nigerians, Nigeria of today, the set of new people that we see in that country today, they don't think about that.
Okay, but exactly how much trouble are we in? This guy is a Pantami. He continues to buy himself awards, etc. And that's fair enough. You can buy yourself all the awards. But this one particularly, it made me pause for a moment to think. So this is the latest organization that is buying an award from. The latest award by an NGO, Saudana of Our Time, SOOT, was announced via the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economies Facebook page. So this is essentially a group dedicated to the worship and followership of Saudana of Sokoto, who famously said, and this is who Saudana of Sokoto is, the revered Fulani leader was alleged in an article to have said the new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather Uthman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities in the north as willing tools and the south as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. So these are the words of the Saudana of Sokoto, AHMADU Bello, and the organization giving Pantami this award. Pantami, Nigeria's Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, has been awarded yet another award for his contribution to steering the nation's communication sector in line with the legacy of late Premier of Northern Nigeria, Sir AHMADU Bello, Saudana of Sokoto. The latest award by an NGO, Saudana of Our Time SOOT, was announced on the ministry's website. It follows similar gale of awards that has been bestowed upon Pantami since his past connection with terrorist organizations Al-Qaeda and Taliban came to light. Correspondents revealed in a series of reports how Pantami had declared his respect for terrorist organizations and even criticized then federal government for killing his people, Muslim brothers, Boko Haram. So on and on it goes. He was given an award earlier on in the year, but now it is this award now that particularly jars the senses. The Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy says the latest accolade SWOT is in recognition of the minister's outstanding contribution to the society in the digital economic sector of Nigeria, in line with the legacy of the late Premier of Northern Nigeria, Sir AHMADU Bello, Saudana of Sokoto. So the extremism seems not to have left the coloration of this guy's name. So he's still within that cusp and is now buying awards from Saudana of Sokoto, AHMADU Bello, sympathetic organization. So what are you making of that? Saudana of Sokoto effectively giving Pantami, the terrorist, a pat on the back.
So from the article you just read from, because I think I'm hearing this name of this group for the first time. Are this group from their website or from their preambles? Is that what they say they believe to kind of like promote what their old Fulani conqueror was trying to do? Is that what they said they stand for?
Well, there is Saudana of Sokoto Appreciation Society.
Okay.
So that is essentially what they are. And the Saudana of Sokoto, of course, you need no introduction to who he is and what his politics are. Okay. So essentially, so is in that space.
You see, these guys, they've been acting with impunity, and that's what it is. They've been slapping us in the face, and they keep asking us, "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" I mean, no, because what are we going to do? Actually, I mean, that's it. So this is an idiot who was saying that he sent, the way he said it in the more condescending way. I sent two of them away. I sent two, that is governors who are chief officers of their state, and you refer to them on national TV and I sent them away. Like these guys, they keep, we see all the bandits, kidnapping an emir in their own city or in their own part of the Nigeria, and they do nothing about it. But they can go after Igboho, who has not even carried a hand to go and kill anybody, or Nnamdi Kanu. And even before they become radicalized the way they were, you did nothing when they were saying they were killing and raping their mothers and their sisters in their farm. And you didn't send this surge of army that you saw sent down there to go into that forest and put your people to in order. I mean, you so-called Fulani that were wrecking havoc. You never did that until they came into the picture. You know what I mean? Self-help. You see, the thing is this. what I'm getting at here is this: if the Nnamdi Kanu's legal team, I think they should put together, even use this idiot, what's his name, Pantami, because if they want to use issue of what Nnamdi Kanu said against the Nigerian state, they should also use Pantami as an example. That Pantami, who is a known confirmed terrorist, who have also uttered some statements, and this is what the presidency was saying about this man. That is what he said when he was so and so. We all know the truth about that. But what I'm trying to say is that you are trying to paint somebody bad, but right there in your midst, if not even more than one person, are known confirmed terrorist sympathizers who have made incendiary comments in the past. And so you can kind of like protect these people, but then me, that I'm only fighting for self-determination. I've asked you several times, give me a referendum. That's all I ask from you. If the referendum says no, we want to remain with Nigeria, I will. That's what the guy said. I will give up this whole struggle. And if you say let's go with this referendum, and my people say let's go, let me have that. Let us have that. I mean, let us secede. Let us just determine our future now, and let us go. But you never wanted it. This is the same idiot president that goes saying that he wants what's it called, Palestinians to self-determine their future from the state of Israel, and also talking about the Rohingyas in Myanmar, and then he never did anything about it. I mean, in his own country, people are saying that they wanted. You see, you see the hypocrisy, and you see this whole thing about one-sidedness in all the way they treat people of their own world, their own region, of their own religion, and treat other people of the different region. You see, we keep saying this, it keeps playing out over and over again. So the Pantami issue doesn't come to me as a surprise. But then that if the government could be allowing a self-confessed terrorist sympathizer, or if not even a terrorist himself, because from his actions, we're yet to dig into his past more to see if really he has even had hands in the killing of people.
He almost certainly would have. Somebody as radical and extreme as him.
But then
it's almost impossible for that not to have been the case.
They don't even vet whoever comes into government. Even here in America, for example, if you have to work for just even a government agency here, they will subject you to some kind of security check and some security clearance before you can even work for the federal here. But here in Nigeria, we don't have anything like that. So what I'm not trying to say is that this guy is in the government, is a terrorist, and he's even getting an award from a segment of his own region of the country where he's from, of Nigeria. And these people are known to be like you all said, what you were saying, that they wanted to continue what their former, I've forgotten his name. I don't even want to think about his name.
AHMADU Bello.
Not about the Bello. They have the one that initiated.
Uthman Danfodio.
Uthman Danfodio. Yeah. So who started the whole thing about Fulanization of the whole of Nigeria? See, and then he's getting an award. I mean, what does that tell us? In a sane society, you don't do that. If you say yes, okay, you disavow this group. Okay, I don't do this anymore. That's what I used to be. You are working for the country, a country as diverse as Nigeria, whereby we have, in fact, considering the whole permutation going on in that country, you don't have to do that. They kind of they insult our sense, and they ask us, "What are you going to do about it? What are we going to do?" And it's it's a kind of a reverse psychology to us, because the more they slap us in the face, the more we feel like we don't have anything nobody to help us, and we get stuck in this whole mental drama and the whole drama over there.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Stay with us. Let's go to Engineer. Engineer, good to have you. But before we come to you, let's quickly acknowledge Alexander's super chat. Alexander says, influential Fulanis are extremely cocky and condescending, mainly. So that has been the experience of all of us. Alexander via super chat. Influential Fulanis are extremely cocky and condescending, mainly. So those are Alexander's thoughts that I share as well. Engineer, good to see you with your. Is that a Gatsby that you're wearing in your cap? I have to go and put mine on.
That's Peaky Blinders.
No, Peaky Blinders. Okay,
yeah.
So with his Peaky Blinders, a throw to the English culture. Engineer, of course, an Englishman. But Engineer Abubakar Malami giving Ohanaeze Ndigbo a pat on the back. Buhari welcoming the defectees to APC. All sins are forgiven. Issa Pantami getting an award from AHMADU BELLO sympathetic group. What is your reading of all of that, Engineer? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Good evening, everyone, and also good to see everybody, Janle Koko, Sam, and Rational Mind. And also good evening for every viewers watching this. I just want to use this privilege to thank you guys, people who are watching from every corner of the world. I just need to appreciate you guys and thank you very much. Let me start from the Ohanaeze. You see, there's something we need to understand.
They don't collect dollars, Abi.
No, the thing is, what you need to understand. You see, I keep telling you, Fulani, they are very smart. They are very, very good in making moves. And also is a challenge for the Igbos now to sit down and have a discussion properly. Because for Malami to go and meet them, I like what Alexandra put on in his super chat. There is something fishy going on there. Yes, there's something fishy. I believe Ohanaeze, they are not only Igbos that we have in Nigerians. That's number one. Two, they should have called or seek attention of all the Igbo leaders. Then give them time to do meeting, and they will definitely bring out prominent people that will monitor whatever they're going to do to Nnamdi Kanu before his trial. But if you look at it, Malami going behind closed door, calling Ohanaeze, sitting them down. Okay, yeah, let's talk this, let's talk that. You know, that something is completely wrong somewhere. This is cheeky move, and this is it's a bit kind of dodgy, like we always say here. It's dodgy. It's a dodgy move. So it's just very sad that the way things are going, Fulani, they think they can start, manipulating the Igbos and picking the ones that they're behind them to pamper them. It's sad, and it's a wake up call to the Igbo leaders, to the Igbo generation.
You know something funny, Engineer? It would not surprise me if they just decide to release Nnamdi Kanu and then bind him to Abuja as they have done with Sowore. That has worked with Sowore now. So they'll just bind him, give him bail conditions, and just because I think they have already proven their point when they've snatched him from abroad and brought him on trial. So I think they've already proven that point. So they may well just play that, because if they are because what you are seeing now is essentially negotiations for his release. That if you follow the rules, i.e., abide by our rules, they can let him go now and just say don't leave Abuja.
Yeah, the thing is, it's like I said, it's something fishy is going on and it's about to take place. Because come on, Fulani, they're very smart. They know that this guy is one of the spots, let's say, in the world right now currently. You know, they will do anything not to harm him. That's number one. Two, they can still call his lawyer behind closed door. You know
agree with that they will do everything, because all of these people, they be coming say if they kill him, the last thing they want to do is to kill him.
Of course, the world is watching. The world is watching.
It doesn't serve any purpose to kill him.
Exactly. So it's something that, to be honest, is fishy, is dodgy. You understand? And don't be surprised. Trust me. Like I said, they can call him behind closed door. You know what? This is what we're gonna offer you. This is just give a try and see, because I'm telling you, they will still use Igbo people to fight Igbos. That's just the truth.
This is what they are doing already now. When they are having meetings with Ohanaeze, they are helping them to arrange lawyers to come and monitor their own trial. And they are saying that they are liking what the Ohanaeze is saying about Nandi. So that is already, that's political,
So
political
there's
negotiation
nothing.
taking place.
You see, these people, they are very, very intelligent. They're very, very smart in making that move.
Anybody that feels the Fulani is a fool, that person himself is a fool. They are not
Then
fools.
that person
Like
need to
Obi
wake
will
up.
say, they may not have your Harvard, Cambridge, but they have common
Of
sense.
course,
Uh,
of course, they have every resources to bribe everybody in this world. That's just the truth. But it's so sad that if things are happening like this, they should have contact different Igbo leaders. You know what I mean? Why did they have to
In
choose
fact, you know
Ohanaeze?
what, engineer, I'm going to put my neck on the line and say within the next 3 to 4 months, they will release Nnamdi Kanu on bail and just bind him to Abuja. I cannot see them not doing that. They will release him on bail and bind him to Abuja and give the Igbos reasons to celebrate and show the world that they abide by the rule of law. That's just what will happen.
Of course, of course, of course. This is what they're trying to do. You understand, oh man? Because these people, they keep saying Fulani are this and this and that. No, it's just real. Reality is coming out soon. People will see it. But remember what I said some time ago? They still said they give the cows. They give cows till September, any.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Go on.
Yeah,
go on, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, one man.
Yes.
If they have to give that that right to Kanu, I believe Kanu have to give in certain thing too. They're not gonna give him for free.
No, they will bind him
You have to give it. You have to give it. You have to
Let me tell you the conditions they will give
him.
him. They will bind him to not being in a gathering of more than 10 people, so that will limit him to his immediate public. They will bind him to not addressing a rally, and they will bind him to not inciting people, and they will bind him to Abuja, and they will ask him to submit his passport, which he doesn't have, and those will be his bail conditions. And they will release him into Abuja and put security around him.
And he will go and live with Showore.
He will go and live with Showore. Yeah, they'll be exchanging what stories. I remember when I was an activist. They will be doing. I remember when I was a soldier.
All right, that's what I want to say.
Thank you.
See, continue.
Yeah, thank you. You see, this is what we need to understand here. That you see, this Fulani, the people are on move. If they decide to make a move, they will do it. That's why sometimes I like something about them. You see, Fulanis believe that they have one thing that they will bring into Igbo people, which is the bribery. That's what they believe. They believe if they use that money, they can win Igbos, and that's what they're trying to do currently, right now. You understand? Because look, these people are very smart. They will use Ohanaeze. They can go speak to Nnamdi Kanu. They say, okay, for the previous time this you are being agitating, they will call him, they will pamper him. So look, how many people do come out to protest for you? You understand? None. They will say none. So they will say, okay, why are you fighting us? Stop fighting us. Because these people, they're not going to come out to help you. We are the only one that can help you. You know what I mean? They can speak. Money has the power to speak. So if they do this, that's it. They're not going to harm him. Trust me. But the world is watching. So they'll end up pampering him and sorting him out. But God will help anyway.
They will buy first class ticket and bring his wife to Abuja and his children, and they are just going to romance him out of the.
Fulani, they know what they're doing.
Yes.
I'm telling you, they're very smart. They're too smart in that country.
Alexander is agreeing with you via super chat engineer. He's saying statement of the day, the Fulanis will use Igbos to fight Igbo people. Engineer, exact and succinctly put, but unfortunately you are correct. So this is somebody that understands politics, and he agrees with, and I agree too. You know, so all of that. But Issa Pantami, this guy, he keeps on trying to whitewash his image, but he's playing both sides. He'll go and buy award from the south, and then he'll go and buy award from extremist groups like Uthman Danfodio Appreciation Society. So this guy, he has not changed in any single way. He thinks he's clever, but of course he's not. Issa Pantami.
Yeah, when you come to people like this, you see, I call them horses, horses. When, when horses take a race, apart from you tapping his ribs, he's not going to stop. He will just keep shooting. You see, these people, they can't be fooling Nigerians. Come on, for goodness sake. How long would they be doing that? Everybody is civilized. Social media is there. Why are you jumping from one place to another? Who are you fooling? Who are you deceiving? Sometimes I look at them like these people are funny. Honestly,
do you think that guy should be in government? It's a Pantami.
Yeah, but what do you expect, one man? Godfatherism. That language is there. Godfatherism. You see, people like that, they know. You see, well, I like what Rational Mind said. You see, there are jobs that if you want to do, you have to pass through a security check. You understand? But are they doing it in Nigeria? Let's be honest. Are they doing it?
I don't think Buhari is unaware of Issa Pantami's association with terrorism. But Issa Pantami has been with Buhari in his days in the wilderness. And one thing that you'll notice about Buhari is he's more interested in rewarding the people that were with him in the days of isolation than any national interest. This Malami now was his lawyer in the dark days of CPC, when he didn't have a couple in his pocket and nobody knew Malami. And of course, when he became president, he rewarded him. The same for the former army chief. In fact, most of them. Femi Adeosun, he has been with Buhari for some 30 years. So he did not just become a spokesman now. He has been advocating for Buhari for 30 odd years. So he's one of those that believes in whatever fake loyalty that he feels underpins him. So this is how he does his thing. Nepotism.
Yeah, the thing is, let's be honest to ourselves. Let me give ourselves as an example now. One man. If today Buhari call among two people among us, who will go? If Buhari decides to put
who like dollar? Everybody like dollar. Everybody like dollar now.
So the thing is,
dollar.
The thing is, nobody is going in Nigeria to have a job with what they study with their merits, right? The security check, according to brother Rational Mind, the security check is, the definition of that security check is godfatherism. Is who you know and who is there for you. These days, you take your CV or your work experience. You're wasting your time.
Throw it in the bin. In fact, they should remove that security check as a requirement, because we had KEMI Adeosun who presented fake exemption certificates. They could not support something that basic. We have this one that has been shouting terrorism that there is for decades and decades, and he went through security screening. So what exactly what are they checking for in that? What security screening is when they cannot spot a terrorist and they cannot spot a forger. So what security screening are they screening?
That's why I've said to you, the definition of security or security screening is called godfatherism screening. That's just the truth. Because
by job screening.
Exactly. It's just they rotate themselves in the washing machine. You know what I mean? Because when they rotate it. They say, okay, you go there, you go that direction, sit there. That's it. It's really sad. It's really sad. And also, I don't know how that country will be fixed again, honestly.
Okay, still talking about how that country is going to be fixed. I want you to link these two stories together because they interlink. So Ben Ayade and of course Governor Matawele, they've crossed over, which is now making 3 governors now crossing from the PDP to the APC. That is not to talk about a whole swathe of other party members that have crossed, senators, local wards, etc. So this mass movement to the APC from the PDP, with all the arrowheads now, these two being the latest. So Buhari presents them with our flags of the APC, just a little flag to say welcome, but then he tells them that they have done the right thing. So all of these people, of course, especially Ayade, who comes from a very wealthy state, a notorious looter, and of course, when the security, when EFCC and ICPC and everybody is saying Buhari inviting these people to the villa, giving them flags and saying praising what about them. That is to tell the AFCC and the ICPC that hands off these people, they are mine. So come to APC and all your sins are forgiven. So that's one. But then the PDP, then Femi Adesina, he then uses this latest defection now to poke fun at the PDP, that forget 2023, by the time we even get to 2023, there will be nobody left in APC, or in PDP rather. This seems to have gotten under the skin of the PDP a little bit, with Kola Ologbonde, you're now crying in the papers. So the defection of these criminal elements to the APC speak to that, and Femi Adesina's comment poking fun at the PDP to say that the party is emptying at a rapid rate. So to all of that, engineer.
Thank you. If you can't beat them, what happened?
You join them now.
Thank you very much. So this is what is happening. You see, I keep saying these people, they are playing with people's mind. But the funny thing, one man, let's be honest now. I'm thinking, I don't know. I'm thinking, that's my own thinking now. Before 2023, if I say it now, people will like, oh, before 2023, I think if care is not taken, we will come to APC.
You know, that will be what will bring. You say that, but if they promise him a vice presidential slot and he knows that APC is going to win, I can see it. You know?
Of course, because APC, they are cooking men, they are preparing men towards 2023. There's nothing. It's just like what Ove said. It is going to come 2023. There will be free and fair election. People will be there shouting, lamenting. But when it comes to 2023,
if Wike leaves PDP, that is the end of the party. The party collapses. Because there will be only 2 people left, Saraki and Atiku.
If Wike leave, Obaseki leave, that's it. PDP is gone.
Obaseki was in the papers today saying that he would never leave. So that is to tell you that he's about to leave. Remember that Obaseki came to PDP when Ochomole denied him his ticket to run for a second term. So when he's talking about him not defecting, then that is to tell you that is a conversation that is already taking place. Of course,
you know what they're doing. Like I said, 2023 is just around the corner. These people wake up one day and said, you know what? I had issue with my colleague. He's accusing me that I do this, that I do that. The next thing, you know what? I'm decamping. That's it. But things are happening behind closed door that people can't see. You see, this is what I said. Like my partner, her dad is one of the politicians in Manchester. I do have a chat with him. He said to me clearly, whatever that is going to happen, they already discussed it in between themselves. So they will table the matter to the people in Manchester. You see them lamenting, crying, or shouting, or fighting, but everything has been done behind closed door. That is it.
You know where politics is done. Do you know where politics is really done? On the golf course, and that is either a literal or a metaphorical golf course, but it is on the golf course when the old boys gather and they are drinking juice and playing golf slowly.
Of course.
They say, as that your son finished his masters, because I need somebody to head this company. And then he will tell you that, oh, that my son, he has finished this scene. Is there an opening in your company? So you say, I'll send him now. Because am I not his God? You know, I was there when he was born, and everybody else is doing application to get that job. But
Of
this
course.
guy's dad has met his friend at the golf club, and they tell them that they will get the job, and then they will go and advertise, and everybody is filling application that they have first class, but then the job is not even available.
Exactly. That is it. That is it. It's just so sad. And if you look, come to think about it, Nigeria. What is happening in Nigeria currently is corona hungry. You understand? Because one man, I keep saying this.
Is that a new term that you have come up with, corona hungry?
It's corona hungry. It's corona hungry because if you look, come to 2023, no youth is coming out to fight for these people because once they come out, come on, how much is a pound? A pound to Nigerian currency is 700 naira. Just a pound.
Yes.
So think about it. These people, when it comes to reality, 2023, they will
that
give.
just tells you how much the economy has fallen, you know. Because when about 2015, 2016, it was still under 300 naira to a pound.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. So that is it. And to be honest, it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. You see, like we that are here, we have the privilege. Believe me, when we start this your program, we start with the calm voice, with the cool voice. But when you start looking at reality into that country, what is happening, how the leaders are punishing innocent people, how the leaders are punishing graduates, no jobs, nothing. You know, your tone of your voice will start changing. It's just
you know, I can only speak for myself, but you know why it gets like that for me? It's not so much because there is suffering in Nigeria, that is painful enough, but it's because there is no need for there to be suffering in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Because if it was just some poor third world country, then you say that they are limited by their limitations, but there is no need.
No need, exactly. No need for that.
It's a super rich country. It's a super
more than super. You know? There's money in the country.
That is what really pains me, you know.
You see, I give you example now. You see, like Ayo, our top man.
Yes, he's run away in frustration. You remember when Ayo and Co, they will be coming to that Nigeria will fall in 6 weeks, and we are telling them that forget it. You see, they've run away.
I missed him, to be honest. It's just
he's hearing us in the background, but
honestly, I missed him because when he came, Ayo was very polite, quiet. Yes. But when he started looking at Nigerian problems, they will frustrate you.
You slowly hear his voice going up, don't you? And then suddenly he's angry. You can almost imagine him shaking it.
Imagine he can't control his mind. You see, that's the thing. The same thing with my brother here, Rational Mind. When Rational Mind came in, Rational Mind is quiet. Rational Mind don't say that kind of swearing words. But look at it. When you see
the only person that maintains his cool in this place is actually yourself, because you always manage to maintain your balance.
I have no choice. That's the truth. But my one is I will do anything possible for my country, and I'll keep helping my friends. That's what I'm there for, to be honest.
You can only do what you can do. But just quickly, nobody has commented on this yet, but you can comment on it. Just that little story of KEMI Adeosun, it continues to bubble in the background, with the government now saying that they did not actually force her hand to resign. She resigned after meeting with Buhari, and she knew that a story was coming out. So is this the naivety of her British upbringing? Because of course she's coming from a climate when you resign. Remember that secretary that was Secretary of State or something that was caught just kissing a girl, and he resigned just last week. So she's coming from that culture. But then in Nigeria, of course, even if you behead somebody on the street, you still carry on as a minister. But you know, so they are saying they did not force her to resign, that she resigned on principle. So what do you think the mystery of KEMI Adeosun is still carries on?
You see, one man, you made mention of NYSC result, didn't you? Right?
Yes.
Okay. The thing is, you see, these people they put you in power. If they still want to mess you up, they will still do the same thing. They are very clever. You understand? It's just like you know what? We're gonna put you there, do this contract for us. We give you contract for so many, so time, like some years. But if they see that you are like moving ahead of them, you see, there's something I always say about these Fulani people. They are very, very smart.
Yeah, but do you not think that it is KEMI Adeosun that is really naive? Because we've had Issa Pantami now. Look at what Issa Pantami stands accused of, and he continues to be arrogant in his position because he knows the Nigerian system. But look at, I'm not saying it's minor, but compared to Issa Pantami, it's absolutely nothing, KEMI Adeosun, and she resigned. But then, of course, the difference is she's come from the United Kingdom straight into governance in Nigeria. But Issa Pantami, of course, a product of the Nigerian system. Would you say she was naive to the system of Nigeria? Is what led her to be,
Not
because if
really.
she has stuck her ground, she would not. Buhari would not force her out. She would
Of
just
course,
ride it out. Yeah.
Say she studied abroad. She lives abroad. She learned the British culture, right? There are things she can take, and there are things she couldn't take because due to her limit. You understand? And there are some pressure. Come on, there are pressure here in abroad. There are pressure you can take, and there are pressure you can't take. But for Issa himself, that guy is smart. He grew there. He's the soil. He grew there. He knows the politics. He knows how they play it. You understand? He has some, let's go back to Godfatherism. That okay, he will go and cry on on his knees, lick their legs, and that's it. You know what I mean? But for our sister here, part of her is abroad lifestyle, and part of her is Nigeria. So it's something that is very, very weird for someone to just resign just like that. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure the last time I heard anybody resign, because usually they are dragged kicking and screaming from any post in Nigeria. The dollar is, and somebody in charge of finance as well, just free money all the way through.
But this is what I'm saying. Either it could be in a different way. It could, my opinion, I'm not saying I'm too sure I'm Mr. Right.
No, we're just speculating, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah, my opinion, maybe there's something that happened there that they call her behind closed door. We gave you that money, is just maintain it, and it's up to you to come out and say what you want to say. Because I could remember they did this to my boss here some time ago. He's the best boss ever I've worked with, but so he made the little error, and they call him. Either you choose one, we sacked you, or you resign. You understand? So he come out publicly and like, guys, thank you guys for. I'm so honored to stay with you guys. It's just I have to resign. I need to think of something to do. So come on, Nigeria is too powerful. The country is too powerful. The politics there is too strong. There's money. There's money. They can use money to move. That's what is happening in that country.
And the fact that she resigned on principle would serve her in a political good stead in the future, because that counts as because we are talking now that is something that is very rare within the Nigerian space. So that serves as a plus for her, that this was a principled position that she took and she stepped down. So I don't think we've heard the last of her yet.
Yeah, no, one more thing you need to understand here. It's all about, like I said, maybe it could be behind closed door something. Because if you look at it, what if they said, okay, you're gonna resign, when we come 2023, this is position that will be waiting for you. You see, there's nothing in
this space. I am predicting that she's probably going to be the first female governor that we have in Nigeria.
It could be. It could be, like I said to you, they know what they're doing. It's a plan, something that when it comes to 2023, all these people, I'm telling you, see what will happen. Before you knew, they'll push her to something else that people will be shocked. Oh, Female. Oh, yeah. This
engineer.
I think Rational Mind wants to tell me that we've already had one. Have we already had one?
Well, all I'm just trying to say is that what the court said was it doesn't have to be. Somebody, I can hear echo here. I don't know what's that.
No, I think it's coming from engineer. Let me, engineer, hold on. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
please, I'll let him come back. We continue where you stop. So what I'm trying to say is the court did not say that what they did. Actually, they falsified that NYC result. I mean, NYC exemption or whatever letter it was given. But what they said was, what they called, well, from what I read was, the judgment was that she did not really need to be an NYC.
Yes, because she was 36 at the time.
That does not deny that fact of that there was a falsification. That
the crime was committed, yes.
So that's just it. So we need to understand that. So you see, what I'm trying to say is Nigerians, all of us need to be objective. Maybe that will help us to be able to select the kind of leaders that leads that country. If we are more educated, more politically informed, maybe based on that, we can make good choices of people who lead us. Get it? So maybe that is what we should be even be saying. If we, maybe through this your platform or other platform, make Nigerians to understand that the next election, we know usually they rig, but let's just try and vote in the line of principle that, okay, this person that they're presenting to us, what are his antecedents? What has he or she done? What are the things he has not done or he has not done? So based on that, we should make informed decision in deciding who we will. Let's not just vote on sentiment or because it's from my area or it's from my religion.
Well, I think we're a long way from that, not voting from sentiment.
Yeah, that's it. So, engineer, please continue.
All right, thank you for that. So, I think, yeah. So, engineer, really, I think you've covered all the topics. So round off your thoughts, then I'll go to Temple.
Okay, so back to what I was saying. When it comes to reality in Nigeria, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Things are happening. Like now, look at where is our brother Sunday Igboho, for goodness sake.
I think he's in the woods somewhere, speaking to his ancestors. He's taking cowries somewhere in some forest and chanting Egede or whatever.
No, not even that. Maybe it could be with the bandits in the bush having a chat.
I suspect he's in some palace somewhere.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because of course nobody will go into a palace. At least we've not got into that stage yet.
And you see, when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu again, I must say this.
Sorry, one man, are you sure say nobody will go to the palace? You don't say that.
No, I'm saying we have not crossed that Rubicon yet. So when we cross that Rubicon, then that will be a new low. Because we are getting to several lows under this Buhari administration.
Hola.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, engineer. Stay with us. Stay with us for as long as you can, so you can round things for us at the end. So, engineer, ladies and gentlemen, a regular fixture. Whenever you don't say engineer, you say OVA. Whenever you don't say OVA, you say engineer. I'm suspecting that they are one of the same person. Shape shifters. This is reptilian. This is Illuminati. This is Illuminati. You don't see OVA and engineer at the same time. Are you Illuminati?
All
right. Thank you, engineer. So to you, Temple, are you with us? Hello, Temple.
Hello.
Yeah, good to have you. So to the narrative is just not so much heavyweight stories this time around, but just pretty much a middle of the road narrative actually. But still, Buhari government hails Ohanaeze regarding Nnamdi Kanu. So a pat on the back from Buhari regarding the Ohanaeze's position regarding Nnamdi Kanu, which then tells you that Nnamdi Kanu is being sold is being thrown under the bus essentially. So we're looking at that, and then we're looking at the spate of defections from the PDP to the APC, and Femi Adesina is poking fun at the PDP to say that come 2023 there will be absolutely nobody left in that party. So a back and forth taking place there. And then we're speaking to Issa Pantami as well, who's been given an award by AHMADU Bello Sympathetic Group, an organization set up in appreciation of AHMADU Bello, a notorious supremacist, Fulani supremacist, the foremost Fulani supremacist actually within the Nigerian space, AHMADU Bello. So, of course, we are looking at the yin and yang of this Issa Pantami, who will go and buy an award from the south and then buy awards from the northern part of the country as well. So, to all of that temple.
Yeah, I will try to become like engineer. I'm not too feeling fine. It's just like what engineer said. Engineer said the situation in Nigeria will make someone get mad.
This is it.
When it comes to federal government giving Ohanaeze the chance to be in the court, I told you it is a welcome development. Yeah, it shows that they do respect the organization, despite the fact that the people running the organization have not actually did something that will make the Southeast people believe on them. But then I'm still worried. Why did they invite Ohanaeze? I just listened to Father Mbaka statement, how they came to him, talk about Nnamdi Kanu. They gave him an offer. Based on what Father Mbaka said, they gave him an offer.
They gave who an offer? They gave who an offer?
Father Mbaka. I just saw it now. Yeah, he said it. They gave him an offer. He rejected the offer.
Do you trust him, Father Mbaka?
I'm not talking about us. I'm quoting what he said. Okay. So based on what he said they gave him an offer. He rejected the offer and gave them his own offer that they should release Nnamdi Kanu. You get the point? So when
do you consider that Father Mbaka a 419? Is it not a 419?
I'm quoting what he said.
No, I'm asking your opinion. I consider, let me tell you what, I consider that Father Mbaka a 419. Do you?
One man, can I please go forward?
Okay, go on.
Can I continue? Okay.
Continue.
So, after listening to Father Mbaka and saw what the federal government, the opportunity they give to Ohanaeze, just like engineer says something fishy is going on. It looks suspicious, but although if the intention is pure, it is a welcome development. If it will be possible, say let the Southeast governor be there, because Nnamdi Kanu case is a case of the world, not just federal government. It is a 50-50 case. The federal government has 50 chance.
Why is it a case of the world?
Of course, now the federal government has a question to answer in the ICC. You see, the
have
offense.
They been taken to the ICC?
We all know, of course, we all know. So it depends on how they handle the case will determine if they will go further or not. So that's why I say it is a 50-50 case. Now, between the Kanu and federal government, it's all about 50-50. So I heard someone say they will give him condition to stay in Abuja. I said that. Okay. I don't really buy that idea. This is a 50-50 case in the sense that now, if the federal government actually want to jail Nnamdi Kanu, what they should have done is they should have accused him of which English word I will use or false hate speech against the presidency, saying that the presidency is dead. Why did they remove that charges against Nnamdi Kanu? This is a question that we keep on asking ourselves. If truly they want to jail him,
do you not think that is in bigger trouble than hate speech? The ESN, all the people that have been killed, the burning down of our federal infrastructures, the killing of police, burning INEC building, the burning down of our Uzodima's house, all of these things. You think is its case not beyond hate speech now? Is it not in serious trouble?
Nah, let me ask you a question. Did you see Nnamdi Kanu burning down Uzodima's house?
No, I'm just putting it to you now.
I'm also asking you a question.
I mean, I didn't see him, but those are the charges against him.
What charges? Whereas he's not the one. Did you see Nnamdi Kanu with any gun? Did you see Nnamdi
What
Kanu
about,
with
did he
any
form
unknown gunner?
ESN?
Of course, ESL, he formed ESL, and the whole Igbo
Are
North
they carrying guns? Are
they
ESN
welcomed
carrying guns?
they welcomed the development. ESL is not a hidden
Are they
something.
carrying guns?
It's not a
ESN?
hidden something. It's not a hidden something. So back to the matter. I don't want to shout, please. I'm not too strong.
No,
Let
no,
me just take
I
it
know,
gentle.
you, but you know me now. You know I will
Let me
give you a
take it
hard time
gentle.
now.
No, please
You know me now.
don't give me hard this seat because I
Okay,
beg. Let me
all right,
take it
carry on,
easy.
carry
I'm
on.
not feeling
It's
fine.
only because we are friends. Oh yeah, carry on. Eh?
So just like what I say, the Ohanaeze of 18 is a very welcome development on the serious note. If only the intention of being there is genuine and it's for the masses, not for their selfish interests. That is so. Which other one again? That is my whole aspect of that Nnamdi
And
Kanu. Of
KEMI
the case of the
Adeosun,
Bay, or the case of the Bay issue, where you said they might give him a bill of staying in Abuja. Nnamdi Kanu will never accept that bill. I saw something. I saw the judge. What is her name? Binta or what? She said Nnamdi
yeah.
Kanu is a very stubborn man. Nnamdi Kanu knows that he is ahead. I won't say he's ahead. Let me just say it is a 50-50 case between federal government and Nnamdi Kanu. It's all about 50-50. If at all he is not above there with 10%, 60-40. So he will not accept that condition to be in Abuja. Rather, he will prefer to be in the east.
Yeah, but you you don't you don't get to choose your own bail condition now, Temple. Eh?
You see,
The first thing he will prefer
what
is
is
not
bail?
to be in
What
DSS court.
what is bail condition? You accept or you not accept. If you
Yes,
say
the
I do not
condition,
accept,
the
he will still
alternative
remain
will
the
be to
case.
remain. Yeah, the
He will
alternative.
so the more he remain the DSL case, the more the world is still looking into it. Why is he not yet
Do you
released?
think the world is looking into it now? 2 weeks down the line, we will not be talking about Nnamdi Kanu anymore. It's only when he appears in court that we'll remember that they are still holding him.
I don't know what you're talking about too. As long as I'm here, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm also part of the world. Engineer is also part of the world. Everybody is watching. So it
Yeah.
doesn't matter whether US or UK, no. Everybody in the world, that's what I mean. So
Uh,
it's just a 50-50 case. He will not accept that Abuja
okay.
issue.
Well, you have your own
So
logic to that. I won't argue with you because those are your own opinions.
so when it comes to the APC PDP governors moving to APC,
Yeah.
it does get funny. It now reflect back to the certain governor saying they want presidency. How dare do you want presidency? Well, I just check now. I'm just trying to check how many PDP governors do you have in the South. Obviously, it's not up to 5 in the South. So I'm yet to understand how dare did they want to get presidency. Whereas everybody but the thing, the same people going to the same people moving from PDP to APC. They are still the same individuals that have damaged Nigeria economic, that have damaged the reputation of the country. Yet 2023 they expect us to vote. Who are those people that we are going to vote? That being the question, that does our votes really count? Because these people are already playing the mathematics of 2023 election instead of them trying to find solution of what really is happening. Take it or not, if there is no solution to the issue in Nigeria now, after 2023 election, was times 2 of what is happening now will come up again after 2023. It did not solve the issue on ground now. So they should just forget about moving from one party to other party. To me, to my honest, to my own opinion, because the same Dave Umahi moving, the same Kogi State governor moving, Erufai, the same people.
Just to answer your question, there are 8 PDP governors in the south. 8 PDP governors in the south.
Okay, how many
Yeah.
APC?
No, no, I didn't count that. It's only because you were speculating, so I just went to get the figure for you.
Okay, that means
Yeah.
plus or minus, APC should be greater than the PDP in the South.
I don't know. I can check that for you, but carry on talking. I'll check that for you.
See, moving from this, it's not about moving from one party to another party. It's all about how are we going to fix this country. Is it going to be one country or should we divide it? They should first of all solve the issue at hand. Forget about 2023 election first. Let there be a round table where everybody will come and decide what do we want. Mr. A, what do you want? Mr. B, what do you want? Mr. C, how are we going to govern it? So that 2023 election will be free and fair. If not, there will still be more crisis after 2023 election. Let's take it, for example, if Paraventure now started.
It's 8 as well.
Okay, if Paraventure now we have president from the South, that 2023 election, believe me or not, the North will still plan again. There will still be an uprising from everywhere. Because the problem of Nigeria is not about moving from one party to another party. It's not about presidency. The problem of Nigeria is from the roots. They should all come together, talk to themselves. You know, the thing don't tire me. It don't tire us. Everybody won't come back.
It don't tire you now, so you come out
Everybody
now.
won't come back.
Wait, are you in
Everybody won't
Germany?
come back.
Are you or Italy?
Everybody won't come back. No, everybody won't come back. So the thing does tweak us. You see, you go to what is this terrorist map? Pantami and the
Yes.
Python Black or what?
Yeah, Python dance.
Pantami is not. There is no difference between Pantami with that senator. What is this senator's name that abused one woman on sex
Oh yes. I remember him. Oh yeah, he's a Christian, you know.
No, I'm not talking
the
about
one that slapped some woman in the sex shop.
Yeah, I'm not talking about his religion, but both of them are still on the same category. After the incident, they gave that senator an award. You could imagine a senator, and up till now, the case nobody knows how the case went about. You see, just like
I think that woman got a compensation.
What a rational mind was saying, there is no security checkmate on these people.
Elisa Abo, his name is.
Yes. If there is actually a security checkmate on this, you will find out that Malami will not even be the Attorney General. The Chief of Justice will not even be the person. So many persons will not even end all those positions. But just because it is out of biased mind, they just do things anyhow for themselves. So this is the little contribution I have.
And Kemi Adeosun, do you have any thoughts on her? They are saying they did not force her out of government, and we've been speculating on her route back to governance. And Rational Mind was saying that we're setting a lower standard because, of course, she was not exonerated by the verdict, but they just said that she did not need the NYC exemption certificate. But the fact remains that she still forged it. So that Kemi Adeosun, the government are saying they did not force her out.
I'm not following that case. I'm not following that case, so I don't know much about her.
All right, thank you, Temple. Yeah. Stay with us. Yeah. We'll pick you up again in the roundup. We lost Ajanle Koko, so hopefully we have him back now. Ajanle Koko, you were in the middle of thoughts when we lost you in conversation. So to the Pantami and the Kemi Adeosun narrative, both which I think you've not yet commented on.
Yeah, I was talking on the governor that moved to APC. I think that was
yes.
When I lost the internet connection.
Hello, my friend.
Look at that. You know. Yeah, after Ajanle Koko to come and pay his bills. Are they after you to come and pay your bills?
So, not owing.
That voice seems like Buhari member.
No. That voice sounded like he was about to demand money.
Yeah. So the two governors that moved, the Zamfara governor, knew quite well that it won't be able to win the next election. That's why he moved to APC, because Zamfara is a stronghold of APC. He won the governorship election the last time because there was infighting between the members of APC. The governor that they manipulated and imposed on them then by Oshiomhole, people didn't like him, and they voted against him and voted for this governor. So no, it's not about it. I'm talking about Oshiomhole. You know, Oshiomhole was the chairman of the party. Yeah, he was the chairman of the party. So he manipulated the primary and then imposed his own favorite candidate on the people in Zamfara. So the people of Zamfara didn't like that, and then they voted against that candidate in favor of PDP. So, and this governor knew that there's no way he could win the next election. So that's why, and the registration is going on in APC now, and he want to continue his. He want to come back to office. He want to continue his position in 2023. I mean, beyond 2023. So that's why he moved to APC now, so that he can get registered and do everything. So he can do everything. So that is why he went to the party now.
And to KEMI Adeosun.
And the governor Hayade of Calabar, or what is it? Cross River? Is it Cross River?
No, Rivers is the River State.
Yeah, River State.
Yeah.
He went to APC for two reasons. Number one, according by my own opinion, I think that he's trying to cover his corrupt looting and all the rest. So he believed that going to APC will help him. The federal power will help him to cover up that. So that is why he went to APC. Number two, he want to recontest in 2023. And he's not having the party, the backing of the party with him now in PDP. So
why do you say that?
Oh, it is obvious. Now that he moved, all his commissioners except one didn't move with him.
Okay.
All the House federal rep did not move with him. I think only one senator that went with him. So the two senators are still with him. And that is why PDP brought back this guy, Donald Duke. Donald Duke is now back in PDP.
Oh, yeah. Somebody was saying, I think, Rational Mind, yeah.
Donald Duke is back in PDP to contest for governorship position.
Was he not APGA before Donald Duke? He was never in the major parties before Donald Duke.
No, he was in PDP. He was a governor there before.
Under PDP?
Under PDP, yes. Right. He was a governor there before. So he now came back to PDP so that he can contest and they can defeat Ayade. So Ayade believed that moving to APC, Buhari will use federal might to rig the election, just as they rigged for Yahya Bello in Kogi State, the last governorship election, which he won. So it was rigged. He didn't win convincingly. He rigged the election. So Ayade believed that moving to APC, they will be able to rig the election for him. But, you know, the people are waiting for him. It's a PDP strong state. So I don't know how he's going to win, except they rig it for him. So that's that part.
Somebody is just making the correction that is Cross River State. But
Okay, cross river. Okay.
Yeah,
Can
go
I,
on.
you see,
Yeah.
this is what is happening now. People are always saying Fulani are criminals. But there are things we need to look now. Let's look at this scenario in a different format. All these people running to APC, remember something. When they go to APC, the same APC, the leaders, let's say Buhari will clarify them. You guys come in, I've forgiven your sin, I will back you up, but here are my terms and conditions for 2023. Will you accept that? And that's what is going to happen, and they will accept it. So when it comes to rigging 2023, they will not rig it. They will pass everybody. That's it. They will pass it. You understand? They will just pass. So people look at it, oh, it's not rigging, but it's something that we have to be very, very careful. We should see it coming. These people jumping from PDP to APC. APC, they are very smart. Fulanis are very smart. They look at you, they say, okay, no problem. We forgive you. But when you come to reality, 2023, this is your agreement now. It's a contract. Or every governor jumping from PDP to APC, they're giving them contract. Keep signing, keep signing. When it comes to 2023, that is it. So it's going to take a long while for that country to reshuffle and become okay to standard. And it's really hard. It's sad that there's nothing at this moment people can do. It's just to be watching and be hoping in God. That's all I can say for now.
All right.
Back to you, Ajale.
Thank you, engineer. From Ajale Koko, let's actually go to Ajale Koko. Did you want to finish your thought?
I think I finished on the governors that moved to APC. So what's the next topic?
Oh yes, it's just briefly on KEMI Adeosun. The government are coming out to say that they did not force her out of her office, that she had a meeting with President Buhari, and off the back of that meeting, she made that decision to resign. And they are saying this off the back of an interview that was granted by her relative, almost certainly her brother, on Arise TV, that was indicating that they essentially forced her out of government. So engineer and I were speculating that she probably acted on principle based on that British training that she had, and if she was satiated and marinated in Nigerian politics like the likes of Issa Pantami, she would not have resigned, because people who have done a lot worse, they are still preening and peacocking in governance. So KEMI Adeosun, they are coming out to say they did not force her out, and we're speculating as to exactly what happened to her.
I mean, what is who asked them whether they force her out or not?
No, her brother was making noise on Arise TV, so they had to come out essentially suggesting that they forced her out.
So the brother said that she was forced out.
Well, that's the indication. I didn't see the interview, but from the feel and the tonality of the article that I just read out, that was essentially what was being said.
Oh, yes. A decent person will not stay in that kind of environment, particularly when you believe that you have done something wrong. She did something wrong in the first place to go and forge that certificate, and she was caught. And there was pressure on her to leave by people surrounding her, particularly in the ministry where she worked, because she was giving them problem there. She didn't let them steal money and all the rest of corruption that they like to practice. So she was a stumbling block against so many of those politicians. So when they are the one that leaked that secret to the public, that she had a fake NYSC certificate. And then, if we may recall, the director of NYSC came out and spoke to the public that the certificate was not real, that it was actually forged. You remember?
Because what she did was, when they forged that certificate, the name that they used to sign it was the name of somebody that had resigned prior to the date that was on that certificate. Do you see? So it was a school, Obalende, you know, they went to Obalende.
No, it's not Obalende, they call it Oluwole.
Oluwole, okay, yes, that's the one, yes.
It was Oluwole. They
and
went
that's
to
my name,
Oluwole
even though, so I'm not sure that I like that.
I believe Brother Alessandra, if he's listening now, he knows what I'm talking about.
And I know he knows everything about Lagos. Alexander, you stand accused that all those certificates that you are brandishing in the United States, Ajale Koko is telling us that it's from Oluwole.
I didn't say that.
That is what you said now. That is what you said. But thank you, Ajale Koko. Let's go on to Ola, but before we go on to Ola, let's acknowledge Plenty Water's super chat. He is speaking to a conversation that we were having, not even in this session, but an earlier session, when we were discussing how Dangote is effectively being handed the entirety of the Nigerian economy. So Plenty Water speaks to that narrative. He says, Dangote refinery will be completed by, actually not just to that, but to the current conversation as well. Dangote refinery will be completed by 2022. Cake will be shared. Central Bank of Nigeria will fund all microfinance banks. People will easily get 50 to 100K loans with less documentation, and people will forget priorities again. So it's essentially saying that they will just pump money into the economy in the build up to 2023, and that will be the hurrah that they will usher themselves out of office. And Buhari, that has been killing for 6 years, people will say it's not such a bad man.
Who are
After
the people
all,
that will be giving the money he's talking about? Who are the people?
No, what he's saying is they are going to facilitate very soft loans through the microfinance banks. Dangote's refinery would have come upstream and the petrol prices will go down, which will affect the prices of everything. The economy will boil, money will be awash, and people will forget all the killings and savagery of the last 6 to 7 years.
You know, to speak to that space, you see, the country is surrendering the economic power of that country to Dangote. You know that NNPC is trying to raise loan, almost $3 billion, to invest in Dangote's refinery. So what does that tell us?
They bought, 5 to 20% of that refinery, NNPC, I think.
So what does that tell us? That tells us that the government refinery will automatically die. They know that it's going to die.
Or it will be sold off, probably to Dangote himself. Yes.
So
the government refineries are dead already. I don't know.
They are saying they are putting 1.5 billion into Port Harcourt. And you know the tragedy of that? About 3 years prior, they were looking to sell it off for $500 million. So the total scrap value, or the value in open market, was $500 million, and they are saying that now they want to reactivate it for 3 times as much as the market value. I mean, how much is it to even build a refinery?
They just want to loot the money.
My own take on this Dangote target is I'm not comfortable with that narrative of Dangote taking our economy, government favoring Dangote. I'm not in favor of that narrative.
Nobody is in favor of it, but Black League came earlier in the afternoon and it was
2007. In 2007, you know, before.
Sorry, Ola. Thank you, Ajanle Koko, by the way. Let me just go on to Ola now that is wanting to comment. So Ola, carry on. Yeah.
Now, in 2007, you know, when Yar'Adua got to that place, that Port Harcourt refinery was already sold to Dangote But just because of this outcry that, oh, they sold government enterprises to their family for cheap, all those things, when you took this refinery away from some people that are getting money there, free money there, they lost their means of income. That's what it meant. They fought back until Yar'Adua reversed everything, almost every privatization that Obasanjo did. And up till now, those public enterprises, they've never been up, they've never done anything good. West United today, for example. So this idea of Dangote is killing the economy, no, I don't subscribe to that, because I knew when the government gave some cement manufacturer, for example, they gave them licenses to import cement.
You don't subscribe to Dangote killing the economy.
I don't subscribe to it, honestly.
Okay. Hold that thought. Don't say anything. Let me bring you this. I'm just going to bring you this, and then I'll just say something else. This is exclusive. How suspended MPA boss Adiza Usman awarded coastline terminal to Dangote's proxy company in shady deal. So this is a deal that takes away a port facility from a company owned by Atiku and gifted to Dangote. I can give you the full narration, but let me just give you this. Suspended Nigerian Port Authority manager Hadiza Bala was involved in a clandestine ploy to shortchange a company in favor of Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, documents obtained by Correspondence Review. Last year, some coastline terminals formerly operated by Integrated Logistics Services in One Port Complex, River State, were confiscated and subsequently awarded to Dangote through a proxy company, International Container Terminal Services Nigeria Limited. Ono Port Complex is one of the largest oil and gas free zones in Africa, where major industry players from the exploration up to the completion phases operate. The complex has two major terminals, the Federal Ocean Terminal FOC and the Federal Light Terminal FLT. For over a decade, ITEL Nigeria, partly owned by former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, operated some berths at the Federal Ocean Terminal FOC of the complex, providing logistics services up till 2020. The three berths of FOTs are numbers 9, 10, and the three berths of FOCs, numbers 9, 10, and were taken over by the MPA in a controversial manner, which many thought was a move by President Buhari-led administration to move to witch hunt Abubakar with his opponent in the 2019 election and break the company's monopoly. So it goes on and on. So this is essentially where three major terminal berths in the eastern quarters taken off Atiku and gifted to Aliko Dangote. So now this petroleum industry bill that is just now going through the Senate to be assented by Malam Buhari within the next 2 years, within the next 2 weeks, it has a clause in it that the petroleum industry is going to favor local players. And when there is a shortfall in petroleum in the country, that shortfall is going to be imported by people that are already local to the Nigerian space. And the determination on who gets to import that shortfall will be dependent on your capacity. So now, who has capacity within the local space? Dangote, of course. So essentially, Dangote will get a near monopoly on refining. He will get a near monopoly on importing shortfalls. So if the cost of his production in his refinery are too high, he will just create an artificial shortfall, import at a cheaper rate, sell at his rate. So essentially, they are gifting the petroleum industry to Dangote. They have gifted this port in the east to Dangote. The cement industry is a near monopoly for Dangote. The sugar industry is a near monopoly for Dangote. The fertilizer industry is a near monopoly for Dangote. The tomato industry is a near monopoly for Dangote. The Nigerian economy is virtually a Dangote monopoly. This guy is a dangerous person.
Okay, one man, I will take my time to address some of those issues as much as I can do. The tomato company already moved out to Dangote is out of that already. You know, it has been a moribund. So let me just correct that. Now, you see one thing about we Nigerians, especially those people that write against other entrepreneurs is this. The question I will ask is, how many sectors of economy do we have in Nigeria? Now, it is only a particular sector of economy.
We have a mono economy and it's oil and gas.
No. That's where we get the major chunk of our revenue. But let's see, there are other sectors. We have steel, we have manufacturing, we have so many things. But Nigerians are expert in focusing on a particular source they can see. I will ask a question. How many public enterprises did they give to Jimoh Ibrahim? And where are those public enterprises today? Anything you give to Jimoh Ibrahim, it will do asset stripping. The same way they gave so many of these. I don't know who
Jimoh Ibrahim is. Who is Jimoh Ibrahim?
Okay, I think many people know Jimoh Ibrahim. He's someone that called himself an entrepreneur, you know.
I think he owns so many assets. Oil.
Exactly. So he bought so many assets too that is stripped. But when Dangote got his own, it's not stripping the asset. It's only when he turned it around that people now say Dangote is monopolizing. So there are more than 40 entrepreneurs that benefited from taking over public assets. Okay, look at this NEPA that now they unbundled to Genco, this thing. What are they doing with it? If Dangote has taken over that particular sector today and turned it around now, we'll be hearing that Dangote
what has Dangote ever turned around? The only thing that he succeeds in cement, and that cement, is the sole player in that industry, and Nigeria is a rapidly play. Who else is in cement apart from Dangote?
I don't know Dangote. I don't know Dangote from anywhere. Face to face, I've never met Dangote before. All I know, while he was in the banking industry, he was a good customer, you know, when you have
there you are. Is your paddy. I'm
not a loan person, but I'm just telling you that someone that was servicing loan close to 15 billion, that was a performing asset. You see, that one is showing you is a serious businessman. Whereas we have the people like Saraki and all those other people.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Okay.
The new petroleum policy that is just written favors him a lot. That is what we are saying.
I'm not disagreeing with that. You know, I was one of those people that said that. Right.
That favors him a lot, and that is going to hand over the economy to him. That is what we are saying. We cannot progress as a nation if they continue with that kind of policy.
This is exactly my grudges. What raises the economy of the country is actually small and medium scale, not large scale. So now, what Dangote is doing?
But no. Just stay in that space that you are. But because you're saying what raises the economy is small and medium, not large scale. But what really raises the economy is competition. But by weighing the economy so heavily in the hands of this man from Kanu, they are stymieing the economy, they are stifling competition, and they are punishing the citizens. Because this guy determines everything. Look at what he's doing with cement, for instance, that he will artificially hike the price, and nobody has anywhere else to go.
Okay, let me tell you three major players in the cement industry.
Listen, you will answer the question. In addition, when we don't have competition in any economy, what does that mean? That means one person will only determine whatever he wants. And that is not good for the economy, whether we like it or not. It's just good for that one man, and that one man alone, that one person.
I agree with you. See, when we are talking of economy where the entrepreneurs there are not the type of entrepreneur that just want to be importing and be dumping those products in your country. The question now, for example, is that Unilever will tell you that because of power situation in Nigeria, they move to Ghana. But Dangote will tell you that, okay, I want to produce cement in Nigeria. I will buy my generating plant and I will produce my electricity. Do you see the difference now? So what I'm saying is this.
Do you remember just not that long ago when they closed Seme-Boda, but they opened a slot for Dangote to continue his cement business?
Yeah, because he's exporting cement. So
right, but you're saying he's not the only player in this space. So does that not disadvantage competition and other companies?
See, this is what I'm saying, Woma. There are three major competitors in this medicine. We have Buhari Group, we have Lafarge, and we have Dangote.
Right.
Now, what Dangote has been doing over time, it's just like
what percentage of that industry does Dangote control?
What Dangote is doing is just like Walmart did to all those retail industry. You know, when Walmart was saying they were going to be the cheapest, that they are going to give you item for the cheapest price so far. What they do is that they make a negotiation with large group of people. They concentrate the market, so they get the power into their hand. That is exactly what Dangote is doing in Nigeria.
Shall I tell you what percentage of the cement industry controls? He controls 61% of the cement industry, and he has just now recently boosted his capacity by an additional 30%. So he already controls 61%, but then he's boosting his capacity by additional 30%, which would then take his control to about 70-something%. And the government is giving him special favors. So essentially, they are crushing that competitive space rather than pulling back to let others come through and let them push the prices down.
Okay.
They are giving him a near monopoly so that he can just write his own check.
Lafarge has been before Dangote.
Right, but Lafarge is not, it doesn't have the Fulani entry.
No, Lafarge has been before Dangote.
Yes.
Even despite being before Dangote, they are not as aggressive as Dangote in expansion.
They are not as Fulani, you mean?
Now,
hold on. Whilst we're still on this Dangote, do you know how we made this money? It comes from wealth, but do you know how we really made this money?
Well, I've heard the story of 500,000 he borrowed from. He said this thing.
No, that's not how we made it. During the Babangida Abacha regime, this guy had a near monopoly on the importation of rice into Nigeria. Do you know that Nigeria is the third largest rice consuming country outside of the Asian space where all they eat is rice? Do you know that Nigeria is their largest importer of rice, to the point that when Nigerian football teams are going to play football internationally, this Thailand, they send bags of rice to them by way of showing gratitude to the night. So this guy, he had a near mono. This is what he does. He corners the government and then gets this near monopoly, which he did with rice, which he did with cement, but now he's looking to do it in the oil industry. It's a very dangerous
one man, we have over 100,000 type of businesses people can do. If people are saying Dangote monopolized, where are the others that are monopolizing other businesses? Because that's just, I don't want to join group and say Dangote is monopolizing. Why is Dangote not monopolizing?
But is it not? Is it not?
See, it is normal in an economy that a player wants to monopolize. I'm not disputing that. But
especially when it's getting special. Do you know that because of the engineer wanted to come in, or are you too busy eating ice cream, engineer?
No, it's cucumber. To be honest,
cucumber. You're eating cucumber. Well done. Has your wife put you on a diet?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. Because my wife is putting me on a diet too. But carry on, yeah.
Yeah. In addition to what you said regarding Dangote, you know that name has not been popular. But look, when Obasanjo came in.
Yes, Obasanjo is claiming that he made Dangote billionaire. That's just, I wanted to say that.
No, thank you. You know it. All right, just carry on from there.
You know what Showore said about Dangote? He called him Ajib, AGIP. Do you know what that means?
Any government in power.
Any government in power. This is any
government
in power.
That's what all businessmen do. Like here now, all those people in estate, real estate, now any government in power.
But I am concerned about the level of power that guy is wielding over the Nigerian space. Because a lot of our oil strategy in terms of the local consumption, a lot of the strategy of the Nigerian government is vested in a Dangote refinery in Lekki. And Dangote refinery is a private business. It's nothing to do with government. They are saying they are buying small shares in his company now. But how can it be that a whole country, an economy as large as Nigeria, they are vesting the most crucial part of that economy in the hand of a private entrepreneur? It's just,
what happened to LNG? NLNG is one of the best run joint partnership.
What energy?
NLNG, yeah, I think government of Nigeria has 51% of that investment.
In what? Sorry, what energy?
Natural
gas. And it's one of the best run company in Nigeria today.
Who is that? Who owns it?
Government and some other players in the oil and gas industry. So what I'm saying is this: what government want to do to Dangote is not new in the arrangement in Nigeria. So the thing is, we have a way. Look at the way I see Dangote. Who is that person in Nigeria that has given job to Nigerians like Dangote today? Because it is very easy. In 2009, one of my boss called me.
Because government is backing him. Don't say he's doing government backing.
There is how many business government?
No. He doesn't give jobs to Nigerians. He gives jobs to Indians. This is who he employs, Indians.
No.
This is who he employs. This is who he employs
India in some strategic area. See,
and even in I can understand the strategic areas where the expertise is limited and you have to go and buy it in those spaces. But in some areas, just the lower level engineering positions or even the artisan positions, you are getting a lot of Indian artisans in slots that can easily either be filled with Nigerians or you give them the training just it just employs Indians to do everything.
When I say Dangote gives job to Nigeria, this is my analogy of it. You see, look beyond Dangote as a factory. Look at the entire value chain.
Truck driving, is it truck driving that Nigerians
some people are the warehouse runner? Some people are those people that are the seller. See. Now, when we are talking of Hausa Fulani, I know how to precise, but this is an Hausa Fulani man. And I won't say because I don't like Hausa. I'm against Hausa Fulani.
I like Dangote. No. You see, Dangote is actually a Lagos boy. His favorite artist is Sonny Ade. He's an Owambe guy. Forget Hausa Fulani. If there's a party and Dangote is there, he's preaching girls' bottoms and whatnot.
Nigeria moved against Dangote in 2007 that Yar'Adua took all those refinery they gave him. And 2007 to 2020 is 13 years. And those Port Harcourt refinery, Warri refinery, they are there. We were even having cost of good produce without producing anything. And people are eating money. Now, Dangote now borrow billion now with all those loans that he gathered.
I wish I still had that story, but if you go and listen to my earlier session, we went into it in detail.
There is nothing government did for Dangote that they didn't do for Adenuga, that they didn't do for MTN and those big investors in Nigeria. See, I'm not saying Dangote is not trying to be a monopoly. That's not even what I'm even saying. But I don't want to carry my focus on Dangote, where there are some other part of the economy to be developed. Look at all these Chinese people. They are into our state, Ibadan, and these people, they are building value chain around agriculture. But all the story we talk now, if Dangote move to agriculture tomorrow now, all of a sudden we know. We won't remember. Now, how many Indians...
No, he can move into agriculture if it's a level playing field, not because somebody assigned him a guarantee. This guy does business on guarantees.
He moved into tomato something before they say he's trying to concentrate that base again. But unfortunately for him, that was not a good business for him. He pulled out. So what I'm saying is this. this Dangote narrative is going to control our oil. I'm not saying government is not favoring him. That's totally. I'm not saying that because
that is what we are talking about.
The way we talk about this thing in Nigeria is that we talk about it as if, oh, that's the only business that can liberate the economy. Other businesses are not there. What? Who is talking about Dunlop? Why are Nigeria not moving into tire production? Why are we not moving into what Unilever is doing? How come that it's only whenever someone do something? I make an example. Jimo Ibrahim bought a lot of government enterprises. Nothing happened. Someone bought Ajaokuta, asset stripping. Someone bought this.
It was Indians that bought Ajaokuta now. It was Indians.
The collaboration of Nigerians. Indians didn't just buy all those stuff. So the thing is this. There's nothing Dangote bought from the government that he has not turned around. What others bought from the government, they strip everything. That's exactly where I'm going to.
Ola, you will perform better than Dangote if you are backed by government. If you are favored by government, you will perform better than him.
A monkey would be a billionaire with the level of patronage.
So what we are saying is that this favor is not good for economic growth of the country. It's not good.
When you have a monopoly on rice, do you know how much we eat rice in Nigeria? And somebody has almost exclusivity on importation of rice. And you are saying is astute.
Now, when Dangote had vision that he was going to become the largest cement manufacturer in Africa, are we saying the government of South Africa is creating monopoly for Dangote too?
No, he's using the leverage of his Nigerian connection. But he can go and make money in South Africa. We back him for that, but he should not.
Dangote made attempt.
A monopoly in Nigeria.
He made attempt to kill Bua and he made attempt to kill Lafarge Cement. But those guys, their competitors, they came out stronger and they countered Dangote, and those industries did not die. Those people that got license to import cement that time, they were importing cement. Okay, one person told me in 2009. He said, if I know how much the landing cost of cement from China is seen in Nigeria, that I will cry for the country. That many of these people will import cement from China at the landing cost of less than 200 naira. And this guy will reback and will sell 2,800. So those are the things we are saying. But this guy brought this industry into the country. The question
and he's selling it for 4,000, 5,000, isn't he?
Selling for example, he is not the one in the industry alone. So what are Lafarge and Bua doing?
Well, he controls 70% of the price. Who determines the price of cement in Nigeria? One man alone.
Dangote media accused Lafarge recently that they are the cause, that the competitors are the cause.
No, I said we covered that. We covered that on this channel. So but that's not laughable. Somebody that controls 70% of the market is that that Lafarge is just one of about 6 other minor players. They may be next in line to Dangote, but they don't control up to 12%. He controls near 70%, and he's barely aching about somebody that is at 12%. It's just PR, whatever.
That's my opinion about Dangote. Like I say, I do not agree to. Now look at this thing. Now people are now thinking.
Let me quickly acknowledge Plenty Water's super chat, which he has been looking to put into the conversation. So this is what our Plenty Water says via super chat. We get carried away with Dangote name. Dangote Cement and Dangote Sugar are publicly traded. The Dangote Oil Refinery will also likely be listed. You see the cake, easy for looters to become investors. So he is saying essentially that all those companies will come into the public space and everybody is welcome to participate. But what percentage will be?
Correct. I agree with him.
No, but what percentage will he put to public tender to the public space is the question. Plenty Water carries on. He says Innocent Motors might have gotten the same favor as Dangote, but Chief Innocent Chikwama refused.
Chikuma.
No, it's Rose Chikwama here. So Chukuma then. So Chief Innocent. How do you pronounce it?
Chikuma.
So Chief Innocent Chikuma refused to go public with his company. Be friends with the government. So be friends with the government is essentially the business strategy of the Nigerian space, as we are fast finding out through Aliko Dangote. So thank you for the comments, Plenty Water. So back to you, Ola, who seems to be, are you a spokesperson? Are you on payroll? You're on payroll, Abi, your party? You are defending your party?
No, one man, I'm not, listen, I follow this event. I know many people got license to build refinery. You know, politicians, they hijack those refinery and they started looking for investors. You know, investors are not stupid. You don't have competency in something, and you hijack the license, and you want to bring me in. People are not stupid. It's just like when they call Manitoba Hydro to come to Nigeria to come and invest in power sector in Nigeria. When they saw what was happening there, they pulled out. Then General Electric promised that, okay, it was going to invest about, is it $2 billion? I've forgotten about the number of that billion that they said they were going to invest in Nigeria. Up till now, because GE, they've been on ground in Nigeria, they know the politics.
Siemens is investing heavily, a deal that Abakari put together, but though they are doing it in the north. Siemens, the German multinational.
Yeah, by 2023, we will check the milestone if they are really investing, because GE did more than that, and up to now we cannot even see all those things they promised in 2013. So you see the investment in Nigeria is, to me, I would rather not channel my energy on Dangote. I will look at where Dangote is not playing and focus there. That's what a good entrepreneur.
But when Dangote is not playing, there's no money now. There's money in cement and oil. And he has cornered it, and rice, and he has cornered that as well.
Wama, there is a way you can create a new industry entirely. For example, look at what Elon Musk is doing. For example, you can.
Well, the new money in Nigeria is in the population anyway, and in cyber money. So anybody that knows cyber,
we are talking of Inosimoto now. When people look away from what Inosimoto is doing, fortunately for that man, if he remains consistent, he's going to become one of the biggest brands, at least in sub-Saharan Africa. It's going to get a stay. You will see people that are complaining to. All of a sudden, they say, oh, it's monopolizing the business. It's normal. Any investor will strive to monopolize.
But not according to Plenty Water. What did Plenty Water say? Let's see what Plenty Water said. It's the government that
will brought them.
What Plenty Water is saying, Innocent Motto might have gotten the same favor as Dangote, exactly. But Chief Innocent refused to go public with his company. So he's turning it into, I don't know. Anyway, that is what
it's what investors...
Let me interject 1 minute.
Yeah.
Look, all this kind of favorism by government official or politician in power to their friend and their cronies will not help the government. Will not help the country. This is what is happening. They favors... There is no way you want to go and set up industry or any business outfit in Nigeria. If you don't have the backing of politicians, there is no way you can do it. And that is what we are saying. That is what is happening in Nigeria, and that will never help the economy of that nation. Everything should be liberalized and make it easier. Setting up a business or anything should be easier.
And the other thing that should be liberalized is the bureaucracy of the Nigerian.
Make it easier for everybody. Let there be competition.
No
favorism. No backing to anybody.
Ajale Koko, the one thing that will really help the Nigerian space a lot is to remove the human interface with the interaction with government. So what am I saying? All of these government offices that you go and you move file from one place to the other, spend the money and put everything online so that you go to a portal, you pay for whatever it is that you have to pay. The process is the process and it's automated. Nobody has to do anything, and it prints out at the end. Bureaucracy is one of the biggest problems that we suffer from in that country. Too many rules and regulations and too many palms to grease.
Yeah, they did it for a
yes,
purpose.
the issue of bribery, we know that one is endemic in Nigeria. So
and what inspired my comment, by the way, is land registration. In civilized countries, you buy your land, you is registered on the land registry. You buy your house, you buy your whatever within 10 seconds, and your ownership is logged in a central pool. In Nigeria, you go and buy land, and then 10 years later, you are still battling for CFO, and they say the government is only signing 10 a year, and all this kind of, it's just a nonsensical system that we have.
One man, this is problem. Agale Koko, you see, this is my opinion about this Dangote thing. You know, you will see. Now, when okay, let me make an example. When some of us left the banking industry.
But do you agree that he's been favored? They favored him all the way on everything that he has done. Is having the government
not argue about whether government favor him or not. I'm saying that what are others doing instead of focusing publicity on?
Well, not others don't have the access he has. Others
don't have it. If others don't have it, I'm telling you,
when they meet in the mosque on Friday and they share up Nigeria, you that you are going to church, you don't get to partake in that sharing. When that mosque is in Kaduna Central or in Kanu Central, and the language is in Hausa Fulani, then you are completely exempt.
Give an example. Okoni, for example, that is doing transport business, for example. Do you need to complain about the monopoly in the area of that thing? Now, tomato paste, does that stop an average person? Because if you know that it takes less than 10 million to set up tomato paste, for example, why someone is not even looking at that? Someone is looking at a multi-billion dollar investment, $1 billion investment, and complaining that someone is monopolizing. There are so many local rice processing. So many things people can do.
You are saying all these things as if it's very, very easy to do. It's easy.
Ola is Dangote's party man. You met him in banking, didn't you? And you exchanged numbers. Do you have his number? Send me his number. Let me see if I can be friends with him.
Ola, let me tell you one thing. The way Nigeria
is engineer, today, you don't want to be friends with Dangote.
Look, if I can see him, trust me. If I can get his number, I'm done for life.
Look at that.
Ola, if you invest $10,000 in Nigeria today, or $1 million. If you don't really know what you are doing, or you don't have the backing of all these people favorism by government, that your $1 million might disappear within a month.
You're right.
Is that an economy you think that is good for someone to invest in? But somebody like Dangote, we invest because everything they have favored him on every ground, on every step of the way, and that is why you will see him flourishing, and you will say, "Oh, Dangote is doing well." Oh, no. It's because of the favoritism.
I really resent the way they try to give that guy plaudits for being an astute businessman.
I will ask a question. How many multi-billionaire or multi-millionaire do we have in Nigeria today? And what are the businesses they are doing? Some people, they find a trade in medical. Some people find a trade in academic. Some people find their trade in small production. I have a particular boss that what he's doing is manufacturing. Since he was, although he said he resigned, maybe he was fired, but I would think he was fired, right? Now, since he has been manufacturing, as we speak now, he has over 100 people working for him. And these are one of those people that normal, easy people like you and I, on the street that you won't even know that is very rich. Now, a person that we started together today, a friend of mine, the same age group, the same thing. I have one that is employing over 100 people as I speak now, and as I'm speaking to you, I have not employed 10 people. So the thing is this: instead of focusing, people that are still focusing on their own businesses and are still making that in the country they are making it. It's not as we have high risk business, we have medium and we have low risk. But the focus on whatever Dangote do,
whatever Dangote does is what I'm saying that I'm really not comfortable with. Because while some companies were moving out of the country, Dangote get the support of the government. They stop people from other industry from lobbying. See, when Adenuga got license from Glo, some people were reluctant, but they said, okay, Babangida back him up. Today we know the issue of Glo today. CM10 is there too. We know how many times the former Econet has changed down when people were not managing this properly. So that is the wrong I'm saying that when you say
what I'm saying is that
let me come in.
Let the engineer come in, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Ajale Kuku. See, my brother Ola, you know what Waman and Ajale Kuku they say. To be honest, this is a very simple something we need to understand. If today Innocent Moto has a backing from the Nigerian government, I think he will compete with Dangote.
Exactly, that's what someone raised there.
Do you know what that means? What the engineer says? When they get that backing, what they would then say is that, okay, they will start making noise that we want to patronize local. All the ministries will change their cars to innocent cars. All the paras, everybody will be and then they will say they are supporting him, and then they will give him soft land, soft loan, soft everything. And before you know it, even in Ghana, they'll be driving innocent motos. So that is what they are saying. But if you don't get that backing, if you get that backing, and then he will look like a genius, So that's the thing.
That's what so many businesses do to survive. I'll give an example now. For example, who lifted China up, for example, now? When the government in America were not ready to cooperate with the entrepreneur in the US, they moved their corporation, they moved their facility to China. And the China government, through one way or the other, was favoring them. And the government in America, they wanted a percentage of a corporate tax. And instead of those people bringing their money to America because of the greed of the government, they left their money in China, where the Chinese government was cooperating with them, was pampering them. And when investors have so much money at hand, they invest more. Today, China reemerged. So the thing is this: our own entrepreneur in Nigeria, with too much like me with the import for 200, sell for 5,000. Now they don't want to. If you ask them to invest, they will say government can come tomorrow and snatch the investment. And Dangote has this chest and is doing it. Another government may come tomorrow and be crazy enough to say, Dangote, I don't want to deal with you, and destroy the business like they were trying to destroy Abiola's business. Dangote is taking the risk. Others are just making story. They are just making noise. They are sponsoring against him. So I don't have investment in Dangote, but I need 100 of Dangote in Nigeria. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't care. Now, people think petroleum.
Hold on. You have to care. Look, let me tell you. For economy to grow and grow fast, you have to encourage small business. You have to do everything to support small businesses to grow. When you don't support small businesses, hold on. When you don't support small businesses, you only support this big player, the economy is not going to grow. And that is what we have. That's why we see all these Dangote that be innocent. Those are the only people that are growing, that having government support. Government don't support small businesses in Nigeria.
And just to add,
that is the problem.
Hold on, Ola. Just to add on to what Ajanle Koko is saying, when businesses get to the level of Dangote, this just multinational juggernauts, when they get to that level, all of their processes, almost down to the most basic things, is automated because they are looking for efficiency, they are looking for economic cost, and they're looking to remove the human element from it. So they will still be the largest employers just because of their size, but in percentage terms, they are really not that much of a big employer. But what Ola is describing, that if you have those medium to small, those ones are still very much grassroots sort of setups, and they need more labor force than you will get from conglomerates like Dangote, etc. So it's even counterproductive to the employability of the masses to have all these just mass monopolies that like we're having with Dangote.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. I still know people that produce to produce plastic today, pellets. I still know people that produce this nylon plastic they use for pure water. I still know some people that produce small things, and these guys, they are living on their own. Some people are in the computer village doing their things. Some people are financial software entrepreneur. So, like we are okay. For example, InterSwitch, we know when we were just doing PC, when we were repairing PC around Michelle and all those in InterSwitch then. After Nigeria implemented the national automated clearing system, they were saying, okay, you bank that you were just using ATM to withdraw from your bank, we are going to integrate you. These guys started. Immediately they started, people, they were supporting these people. Let's not liberalize those things. Many people moved into ATM business that time, and they went in and they came out because they were not meant for that business.
One man, let me say something. I just want to say something. I've heard a lot from you guys. You see, sorry, Ola, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You see, I don't think Nigeria, I don't think the governments, they understand how economics works. Right from even from the days of the what's it called? The days of the military, they just came in there, they just bastardized the whole economy and then spoiled the whole thing, and I don't see all the leaders who've been electing, even from Obasanjo. Obasanjo is a military man. I don't see him as an economist. Even the article that he had by his side is just a man who is just there for his own to reach his own pocket and his cronies. Until we get it right, we find real economists that can pilot that country that is devoid of any motive or wanting to side with some section of people. Now, talking about Dangote. Dangote is a man, he's an astute entrepreneur. But then, you see, this one-sidedness in Nigerian kind of economy, whereby we give the big corporation like Dangote all the incentive that he needs. And then we forget small businesses. But the thing is this, even at that, there's no way Nigeria can industrialize if we don't fix that issue of electricity. But we're talking about small businesses here. All of these small businesses we're talking about, they will need electricity to do any of their, whether you're opening a restaurant, you want to open a restaurant, you can't be depending on a generator to be powering for how many hours. It's not even good for the environment. You get it? So until we fix that electricity, we increase the grid, we increase the amount of megawatt we produce. At least if we can start with 10,000 for now. But I don't know why we can't even think to that direction, because anything we're saying here, if that electricity is not fixed, there's no way we're not going anywhere. Because if you to power small businesses on generator, they will carry over that cost to their customers or whatever. So we need to fix that. We need to fix that electricity first. I think that should be the priority of the government first. Let them fix it. And then
let's hold on. Let's hear from Sam, who we have not heard from already. Sam, are you there? Sam, I think we may well have lost Sam. He got bored of waiting. Okay. The conversation has digressed a bit, but then of course this is a more interesting topic than what we were talking about before. So we've got our Pansat rejoining us. Pansat, good to have you back.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, how are you? So, to the narrative, you have heard what is being said. What have you got to say?
Well, I've heard the discussion has been quite interesting, and everybody has a little bit of point to make in this. Ola has been quite defensive on this matter because I hate to bring it up, but it's related to the
is Dangote's party man now, we know.
Yeah, and the issue is related to the security issues we were talking about before. Now, it's not a new phenomenon. With the titans of industry and cornering the market, it's like in Haiti. That's a very good example of where that happened. People like Dangote are part of the jihad against Nigerians.
Oh God, you've taken it back. Are we back there again?
No, it's slightly different, but it's the same thing because what was the coincidence? Look at the coincidence. Right now, we have a Fulani Chief Justice who got there by foul means. There's no doubt about that. We have EFCC. There's never been a Christian EFCC.
You can have a conversation outside of Biafra. You know, we were not actually doing Biafra now. We were just doing economics and business.
This has nothing to do with Biafra.
This has
to do with Nigerians. We are all Nigerians. Okay, all of us. We're Nigerians. So the issue I'm making, you could point where I'm wrong. I'm trying to tell you that there's never been a Christian or Southern customs boss. There's never been a Christian or Southern EFCC boss. Never, ever. Christian nor Southern on those two. And it's actually non-negotiable with them. They cannot let that happen. They would never let it happen. So there are a few things like that. Now, one of the issues with Dangote is like the thread that goes through all the entire administration. It doesn't matter. Now, you cannot tell me there's only 1 cent in Nigeria, and that's Mr. Dangote. I happen to like Mr. His appearance, his demeanor. He's a nice guy. There's nothing wrong with that. However, he is part of the problem. Somebody mentioned earlier that as a capitalist, when you have competition, okay, one person cannot just go out there monopolizing these industries with government help, and then his competitions are being jailed or killed. I mean, this is serious business. If you want to tell me that Dangote is the only human being in Nigeria out of 200 million of us that is capable of doing those things, so well, good luck to you. But it's no coincidence. Everybody here is making the point, but you don't want to
answer. That's not the point. Where are those competitors? Where are they? We can see Lafayette, we can see Bua. Where are the others? Where are they? Importers?
Some of them have been mentioned. They told you about Chukwuma. Now, I'm Biafran. I'm not saying it because of that, but you have a man who has put together assembly or manufacturing. There's a debate there. I believe it's manufacturing. Some believe that he's just assembling, whatever. That's politics. But he's got an industry. He's got automobiles that the state can use, the military can use, that could be imported, that he could expand his base. That is a lot of technology in there. It's not just like you see the cars. Those things.
They recommended Innocent Motor to the National Assembly. Do you know what those people did? They said no.
Right.
So was government not trying to support him, for example?
The presidency is too.
The National Assembly refused.
Yeah, but the National Assembly we have is a shambolic National Assembly. The Buhari has not addressed the nation.
Do you know that Innocent Motor is producing for the military of Nigeria? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am. And
okay.
He does.
So just for you to know.
He does a little bit, but not at the capacity that, somebody said that earlier. That's a very key point. There's no dispute. But let's not just look at that. There are so many Nigerians. Okay, we have human resources. That is one thing you cannot knock Nigerians about, because we have talent, we have human resources in Nigeria. There's just no doubt about that. If they open it up, don't sectionalize the country, don't regionalize the country.
Just to correct something you said, you said we've never had a head of customs from the south. That is wrong. We've not had many, but we've had a few. 1964, it was Dignon. 1968, it was Duke. 1976, it was Oyeleye, and on and on.
Now this sentence go to talk. Don't be that long.
No, he said ever. He said ever.
The Nigeria we have right now, the Constitution as amended in 1999, that's the Nigeria we're talking about.
No, you said we have never.
No, man, let's not be politically correct here. We're not talking about.
No. You can't say never. We've only had two since 1979.
In recent years, how can one?
No, we've only had two since 1979. Mustafa from 1979 to 2015, and then Hamid Ali from 2015 till date. So we've only had two in this particular republic.
Okay, well, Mr. Ali sounds like Islamic name to me.
No, it's
But
Muslim. It's one of it's Fulani.
right. But the point I'm making is that the Constitution, when we talk about Nigeria today, we're talking about the 1999 Constitution. After all, EFCC was created by Obasanjo. Okay. Now, the point though is that the EFCC, Economic whatever the acronym stands for, it's a very key part of selecting who succeeds in Nigeria. They pick the winners and the losers. That's what they do. Now, if you would allow that kind of sectionalism, regionalism, okay, religious selection of the things that make a country progress, that's not fair. Even under Jonathan, they wouldn't allow it. So, and they changed hands at that point. They changed from one chairman to another chairman. But they wouldn't tolerate that. The Fulanis will not take that from anybody, okay? So those are two sections, but there are so many. When it comes to the military, we've only had one or two here and there from the south. Now, I'm talking about the Yoruba, who I know that originally in the 1960s, the Igbos formed an alliance with the Fulani and the Hausas, but then the Yorubas weren't going to be left out, so they formed their own alliance now with Buhari and the other younger Northerners. Still, they're being disrespected. Think about that.
Pastor, sorry, I remember something now. Let me just ship it before I forgot.
Yeah.
Did you know how did many Yoruba become an entrepreneur? It is when we nationalize some of those British investment in Nigeria, just for me not to forget. So it's not today that government has been supporting people. Many Yoruba became an entrepreneur because Nigeria nationalized the British investment in Nigeria.
Yeah, well, that is true, but you have to understand what we're saying. There is favoritism is good. Anybody who lobbies the government and get help and they perform, that's good. But that's quite different from a jihadist activity, which is what you're gonna notice.
Look, we're not doing jihadists this time around, man.
When you close the southern borders and leave the northern borders open, okay, and there's quite a punitive disadvantage to the southerners. Look, I don't take delight in talking about this, but if there's a connection, you're gonna have to make
it's an IPOB narrative that you are doing, isn't it?
Well,
we know the language and the tone.
No, it's not. If you could accuse me of having a southern narrative or a Christian narrative. Don't accuse me of IPOB. First of all, I'm not a member of the IPOB. And I support a lot of things they say and they do it. Okay, I don't support.
But Obasanjo and Jonathan favored Dangote more than anybody else, because Obasanjo will come out that he made Dangote billionaire. That's what Obasanjo will tell you boldly today.
Exactly.
No, Dangote has been a billionaire before, even from Abacha's time.
When Obasanjo will tell you that he made, I don't know what.
Maybe increased his wealth during Obasanjo and Jonathan's, but
Obasanjo made him popular.
Yeah.
So what?
Obasanjo polished Dangote to the world.
Because maybe you think you have a small platform. Yeah, it started small.
No, I don't think that. Why would you say that? Why would I think that?
Some of your small comments and the small focus you have with IPOB, okay?
No, I don't have a small focus with IPOB, but you are navigating the conversation back to that space with the jihadists
Do we have such an entity as Southern Nigeria? Yes, we do, and I'm a part of that. Do we have an entity known as Christians? Yes, now Boko Haram is fighting. They're fighting Christians and they're fighting Northerners. And so is Buhari. They're doing the same thing. Now, the little IPOB distraction, it's not really my cup of tea. That's not what I'm worried about. We have a problem with first of all, the black race, Africans. I could pick any of those fights. We have a problem in Nigeria itself. We have a problem in Southern Nigeria. We have a problem with Christians. I'm a member of all those groups. So I have some things in common with you more than I have with IPOB. I have some things in common with the Shia that I have with some Christians. Those are issue-driven stuff for me. It's not about the little what you belong to. Nnamdi Kanu has his grounds and he's doing his job, his own thing. Do I agree with some of the things he's saying? Yes, I do. Of course I do. Do I agree with all his methods? No, I don't. only because they won't work. We have to make this your platform to become mature. Because
how do you mean? Do you mean it is not matured?
It is not mature because apparently there are things you say, some of them are funny, but you continue to press, for example, whenever you see an Igbo person, you're talking about IPOP.
Yeah, so it's only because that is the space. It's just you cannot get a conversation out of an Easterner that is outside of tribe. No, you know, they always gravitate to tribe.
No, but for example, in my family, I have 2 other brothers. Right, I am nothing like any one of them. One of my brothers is a gentleman, and stuff like that. Igbos, maybe you don't know this, and this, by the way, goes to Yorubas, to Hausas. We have a lot of people. The Igbos have a lot of gentlemen, doctors, lawyers. They're not gonna call on this show or they embarrass what's happening in Nigeria, because if these people know, if the northern Nigerians know what our potential is, if we develop that country, if how it's going to benefit the entire belt, the West African belt. If they understand that, only because they don't know that, because
how can you say they don't know that? You see, that's just a sweeping.
It's ignorance. I'm telling you, they don't know because they're elites. Think that is.
Do you know how long the North has been in industry? Do you know the size of Kanu in terms of commerce for centuries and centuries?
Right, that's commerce. That's 18th century. Today,
18th century,
our youth compete with every other youth in the world. They are computer educated. They know there's a lot of people in satellite, in communication, and on the internet. In space, in computing, we have so many. Dangote does small business with trade by monopolizing, but somebody in
Dangote does small business.
In essence,
the richest black man on the planet.
No value added in
the richest black man on the planet.
Yeah, but wealth in the sense, how do you describe wealth? Somebody like, let's say, Elon Musk, who will be like somebody you're gonna liken him to. He's got 4 or 5 awesome corporations. Some of them in solar energy, some of them in space, some of them in automobile manufacturing.
Yes.
Okay,
and Dangote.
Dangote has no value added product. All he does is take away business from mom and pops. He doesn't produce anything.
He takes away business from mom and pops.
That's it.
Do you know what are you talking about?
Prove me wrong. What does he make?
It takes away business. Dangote is building the one of the top 3 biggest refineries, not in Africa or Nigeria, but in the world.
No, but
what are you talking about? Mom and pops. Which mom?
Look,
the most modern too.
The most modern. What is? Are you hearing what I'm hearing, Ola? What is this? Are you hearing this guy?
I was going to ask him a question to give an example. Precisely, give an example.
He's saying Dangote is doing small businesses, mom and pops. What is mom and pops?
What I mean by small business,
the largest cement industry in the entirety of Africa. You say it's not diversifying.
Yeah, let me tell you what I mean. It's not by magnitude. It's not by how big the size of what he's building, but that is passe. That industry he's building, refinery, in the next 10 years, it's going to be a fossil because everybody.
It's going to be a fossil because he doesn't have projection. He's putting a good $30 billion into something, but he doesn't have a projection for 10 years. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about alternative energy sources.
Yes, we know that. That is not news to anybody here.
Yes, it is news if you didn't bring it up. Okay.
So you are the one that knows about alternative energy because you are the. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is this guy talking about? Who do you think you're talking to? Who do you think we are?
You realize that he got foreign loans, and you don't want to say the risk advisor or those foreign.
They don't have that projection because he's Malami and he doesn't know anything. Analysis. What is he talking about?
I will answer both of you when you're done. Go ahead.
On this fossil fuel we are talking about, I think we are exaggerating the extent of that thing in the market. You forget that there are some other products other than gasoline and diesel from all those.
Do you know how much the Americans are investing in shale oil? You are talking about alternative energy. Do you know how much the Americans are investing in shale oil?
Yes.
Digging beyond the depths to go and look for oil. Still, as we are talking now, and you're talking about alternative energy. The Americans don't know about alternative energy.
That's
The
why
Europeans don't know about. What are you talking about?
I'm going to
You see
answer
all those materials of dashboard and so many things you will still use to manufacture this electric car. We still come from the byproduct of petroleum. So see, we are exaggerating this phase out of. Listen, we are only talking of gasoline.
Somebody
and
that is
diesel.
investing 40 billion in building
Bitumen.
refinery doesn't have
Bitumen, also
projections.
stop.
What are you talking about, man?
Okay. First of all, I don't disagree entirely. In essence, I'm not.
Dangote is mom and pops. What are you talking about?
No. Why would you interject with that repetition? I'm trying to
because
answer.
you said it, and I'm befuddled as to why you would say such a thing.
Okay, a lot of the things I say sometimes it's not just for your benefit. There's a few people watching, and those who may watch afterwards, and they don't know about alternative energy, probably.
Who doesn't know about alternative energy? There's nobody that is listening to this program anywhere in the world of any point of reasoning that does not know about alternative energy.
Okay.
Who doesn't know? Who on this planet does not know about alternative energy? What new information do you think you are bringing into the field? What are you talking about, man?
But look, don't try to get me off my stride.
No, don't make those spurious, lazy comments, man. Don't make lazy comments here. The people here are intellectuals. These are, these Olas, look at that Ola name. No, let me tell you something. Listen first. Let me tell no, I'm not waiting a minute. You wait a minute. Listen to this. Let me introduce you to some of the people on your screen. You see this Ola name that you're seeing? This guy has an engineering degree and he got bored and he went to add on an MBA on top of that. Do you think you're in the midst of illiterates? Come on, man. Don't do that. You come here to wind people up. You are telling us about alternative energy. Dangote is spending 10 billion, 40 billion on something. He doesn't have projection for 10 years.
Okay, I said, by the way, I'm going to stop you from interrupting me the way you do, because even though it's your...
No, but don't make those sort of comments that,
Stop being...
No, let him finish one man.
Oh, God, man.
You're being out of order.
Let him finish. I'll respond to some of his comments.
Okay, you're out of order. So what I'm saying is that my comments are not geared entirely to the panel. I've been enjoying the commentary from everybody because everybody's made the point I'm actually going to make. I'm just trying to put it together. But there may be others who don't know the capacity of alternative energy and the future of it. It's here. It's, when automobiles, like in the United States, automobiles like Tesla that are entirely done with alternative energy, electricity. But Ola makes a very good point, which is that it's exaggerated. And I share that. It is exaggerated by how soon it's going to get here. But it is going to get here because who's going to go driving cars with fossil fuel in the next 5 years? It's going to be, just for like somebody driving a diesel 1940s car, or like they do in Cuba. No, but you're going to be driving the electric car in the next 5 years, period. States such as California are going to completely outlaw it. So now, Dangote, my criticism of him is not how big he is. The point is that all his products have been things that have no value-added stuff at all. The mom and pop issue, for example, if you go to Port Harcourt, okay, there are locals there refining oil. But the government is busy arresting them because of who? Dangote. Because we can locally have refineries, even locally made ones. They work. But because the government doesn't want such entrepreneurs to spring up, they are fighting them like they're terrorists. So that's just one little example. We don't need a gigantic refinery that he's putting 40 billion, that is more than everybody. We need electric cars, electric planes, electric helicopters. Nigeria is a country that could be like one of those Asian tigers if they stop playing the religious card in Nigeria. I'm telling you. Because if I want to be able to go to Kanu and enjoy myself and have the desert environment, I want to be able to go to Yoruba, I want to be able to go to Igbo land. And when I come to America, I'll boast and say, hey, look, go to my country. Let me show you what we've got. We've got a lot of cultures that needs to open up and they help to develop. So I don't look at small ball. I want you to know that. I'm not calling you as an IPOBN or Biafran or whatever, but when it comes to justice and fairness, yeah, we'll talk about that. But when we're talking about the economy, don't go praising Dangote because you have to compare him to his rivals, his mates, which would be like Tesla, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, people who are held by their own government as well. So if you go to that level, you're gonna see that he doesn't measure up. Okay, so cement, creating a monopoly and charging our people all kinds of prices for cement, or going into tomatoes and then taking it over. It's not what we need. We need entrepreneurship and we need jobs and we need progress. We want to get into aerospace, satellites, all right? We're getting into computing. We want supercomputers. We want to be able to build hospitals, parks. We want to be able to...
You're not bringing anything new to the conversation, I have to say. You're just regurgitating what you're saying is already in common parlance. So there's nothing that is new in anything that you are saying.
I'm not trying to say something that is new. I'm trying to say something that is true.
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, come in, engineer, please.
Yeah, is it Pansat?
Yeah, yes. Pansat, yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, when you talk about the gas in the south, that the government are using it, attacking people just for Dangote to carry on his business on. I must be honest to you, we have to be mindful of what we say at times, because if you're a learned person, we all here are learned people, and something you need to understand here. If you said government, they are backing Dangote and to arrest people, think about it. The people who the oil are there, they all have their own shares in Nigeria, most especially from the south and the Delta area. They all have their own shares. So if you look at it properly, how would you sound saying that government are arresting people? And come to think about it, the people, are they there helping the issue? They're not there to help the issue. That's why we have a lot of people on the street, and that's why we have a lot of people in the bush trying to threaten the government. But at the end of the day, there's only one language the government they do give out, which if they speak in that one tune, money in the box, and that's it. That will shut people down. So we just need to be very, very mindful what we say, because if you look at things the way it is in that country, Nigeria has money. They have the capacity to do anything. And when we're pointing one finger against the Hausas or the Fulanis, to be honest, they don't go to school, but we go to school. So we can't compare ourselves with the Fulanis. If you look at it, we have every qualification, but who is controlling Nigeria? So it's the Fulanis. So it's something that we need to look at it from every angle and every direction, because these people, they speak in one voice. I keep saying this, they speak in one voice, the Fulanis. And if they come out to do something, if they want to achieve something, they will achieve it. When you come to think about we from the other side of Nigeria, do we agree on something? No, we don't come together and we don't agree on something, and we only keep envying each other. And if you come to think about it again, if you go to Aba, I know you know Aba very well.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, if government should support Aba people, I don't think Nigerians will be buying clothes from abroad or be buying clothes from every other part of the world.
Engineer, sorry to interrupt you, if you don't mind, target. You see, rational mind mentioned something critical the other time, that area of electricity, which I agree with him 100%. But I wanted to add something before he left. Maybe people have forgotten the reason for the creation of microfinance bank. That's to help small scale and medium scale businesses. But with electricity, things will have been better. That policy will have worked. Now that Dangote, if we are talking of Dangote losing out from this refinery business, that is what it will be very difficult for someone to just say that, because what drives business performances in a particular political region is the policy. Even if you have electric vehicle now and Nigeria say, and the government of Nigeria say that we are not going to have an electric vehicle in Nigeria until 2040 to support Dangote, so be it. The electric vehicle will not come to Nigeria. So I don't think Dangote is so stupid, and those people that gave him that loan, they are not so stupid not to have calculated the risk.
And also, Ola, just to add on to what you're saying, just this understanding or misapprehension that people have. You see, this petroleum, fossil fuel, etc. Vehicles and motoring is just one of the uses. This is something that pilots industry and manufacturing. This is something that even heating of homes, power plants, all manners of things are powered by this one product. So it is not just for pumping in your car to drive, it's for just a vast volume. You know that this even petroleum jelly that you use is from steel, as a byproduct of this product. Just countless uses of this thing. So I don't know why I'm not quite sure, what we're talking about here.
Exactly. There are going to be so many petrochemical, ethanol, so many methanol.
Just countless products. Even fertilizer, they can get it because it's building a fertilizer plant as an appendage to his refinery, which the byproduct of that plus other products will, so I mean.
Let me give you, this is analogous. It's analogous to, like, let's say when the world is changing over to computers, and the third world and some others were still in typewriter, and you say, you know what, when we go to computer, people in the typewriter, you have ribbons and you have all kinds of cartridges that are used in the typewriter that you're not going to follow the world and computerize. That's is the exact same thing. Or even
can I ask you a question, Pansat? No. Are you of the thought that Aliko Dangote is not aware that alternative energies is being explored in by the world? Are you of the thought that it's not aware of alternative energy and the projections for it?
No, I am aware that he's aware of that. But even oil people, let's say in Texas, here in the United States, they're vehement about changing over, okay? And they've been successful for many years. Like the conglomerates like Mobil and all those people have then embraced it. People like Shell, they are wing of that. And they're preparing to make the changeover. You have to prepare to change over to that particular.
Okay. If Dangote is aware of alternative energy, why do you then think he's pushing full steam ahead with this refinery? Why do you think he's doing that?
Very, very good question. I'm going to tell you why. Because he is not a natural entrepreneur. Because in Nigeria, you would have had somebody in his capacity in other countries, you would have students attending laboratories with furnished equipment. He has a say in this government. He would have been able to try to bring peace to Nigeria. He would have been the kind of person that would promote education, especially in his area, in his side of the country. Okay, he would have been the kind of person that would build monuments. He would have been the kind of person that's forward thinking. He would have been the kind of person that would have, by this time, because he has the money, to come out and say, you know what, we have to be one in Nigeria. We cannot continue with our population and somebody in his capacity who stands to make a lot of money.
That wasn't the question.
The point is that he's not that kind of person you're thinking about. He's not the kind of person that's going to build a monument or do something because
that wasn't the question. Let me ask you the question again, Pansat.
Sure.
You have said now that by your estimation, and there's no reason, there's no argument to suggest otherwise. So by your estimation, Aliko Dangote is aware of what is going on in alternative energy. It has to be. So if he's aware of what is going on in alternative energy, then why do you think he's still going full pelt at this refinery that is building at a rapid pace and a great expense? Why is he doing that?
Because he made that commitment a few years ago when the people in his shoes, like I was saying, like Shell, Mobil, and also the oil companies in advanced countries, their backs had not been broken at that time. This just happened a few years ago when people like Tesla and others started manufacturing electricity, and the battery life became sustainable.
So he's knowingly
so
he's knowingly throwing good money after bad.
He had no choice because in his case he thinks that he could stay in Nigeria and keep doing what he's doing. But I'm gonna tell you,
but it's not.
Pansa, let me ask you something. Do you know that Dangote have some consultants? For example,
some of the best brains in the world work for this guy.
Are you saying if someone give job to KPMG or PwC, for example, to analyze a business, if we are talking of country with century of history, are you saying those consulting firms will be so stupid to advise Dangote wrongly to invest in this thing? Now, when you invest now, are you saying that you have to articulate your business and your plan before you seek investors? You seek someone to give you loan before you invest. Are you saying?
Here's what I'm saying. If Nigeria was a country where, for example, you don't influence policy because of who you are, I'm saying that.
Do you think? That because you don't seem to. You are just going to perambulate, aren't you?
No. You are the one. Okay, you're the one who's actually out of order. I just told you that about half an hour ago. You're out of order. The point is that Ola asked me a question. I don't regard Dangote as a genius like Einstein, but I don't think he's stupid. No, he's neither stupid nor a genius. He is part of the Nigerian system, a grand dragon of that system. He is part of the why we don't have any progress in the country. He is one of those people. Now, does he have interest of Nigeria at heart? No, he does not. Okay, is he like any human being who's interested in selfish interests? Of course, he is selfish. But then that comes with drawbacks. If you are not, if you're on that side, on the dark side, you have a disadvantage. You're going to be making wrong decisions, like building a refinery that is going to be obsolete in the next decade. It's going to be obsolete. You don't need that capacity. There's still going to be utilization of gasoline and these byproducts, but that's not why companies.
Pansa, let me shift you saying something. Now, since this day, countries, they build power generation, they produce electricity in bulk and they sell. But Nigerians today, they are still using generator. Now, how long do you think it is going to take Nigeria, for example, to even build 50,000 megawatts in that country? If you think they are going to phase out diesel, gasoline vehicle out of Nigeria in the next 10 years?
Ola, let me just hold on, Pansa. Ola, let me address that thing that you've just said. You and Rational Mind were saying that the biggest hurdle that Nigeria is facing is the lack of electricity. Do you know that Dangote refinery is part of Nigeria's electricity strategy? That is one of the things that is going to propel electricity in that country.
Yes.
Do you know that?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what these guys. You don't know anything. You don't.
Let me address that.
You don't.
You don't have to use electricity from. We need solar panels.
Look at that. Look at what are you? You don't know what you are talking about. You don't.
You can't interrupt me when I'm saying something.
Solar energy to power industry and a 250 million population, an economy a country that needs rapid growth. Solar energy.
Hold on, I'm telling you because even Nigeria does.
For the next 100 years, Nigeria will not go anywhere near anything called, the whole of Africa will not go anywhere near anything called alternative energy. What are you talking about?
You're wrong about that. I am telling you,
right.
in the next decade, we are going to be able to power half of Nigeria with solar and photovoltaic cells, because from the Sahara Desert, first of all, that's the north, right?
I don't. No, I think you come here to wind me up, because you say these things to wind me up. I'm starting to get that.
Use electricity like the rest of the world. In essence,
who doesn't?
With Nigerians, the utility of
Pansat. A question for you, Pansat. So, do you know that bitumen is part of the byproduct of crude oil?
He doesn't know anything.
What do you use bitumen for example? How many kilometers of road network we have in Nigeria? Are we still not going to expand road? Are we not going to?
And not just Nigeria, the whole of Africa. What are you talking about, my man? Let's move on, man. This chap doesn't know what he's talking about.
Is that the byproducts of petroleum and all those things? Yeah, that's not why people dig for oil and all those like petroleum jelly for your skin and all that stuff.
Well, you know the one talking about value chain just now. Is that not part of the value chain?
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was I'm talking about technology, serious
technology,
satellites, right?
Satellite,
computing, okay?
Computing,
exactly. Drones, things that could things that are you have value added stuff. We shouldn't be exporting any of our natural resources from Africa to these people because they're setting the prices for these things. What I'm trying to tell you, like right now, I visited cities in this United States that are powered entirely by solar. See,
right. Which city is that? Which city is that? Name that city. Name that city. You said name the cities you visited in America that is powered entirely by solar.
I will give you a couple of cities when I finish what I'm just saying. I'll give you the city, don't worry. So the point I'm making is that in 15 minutes, the sun produces enough energy. Now I want you to Google these facts. These are facts. Every time I talk, I'm telling you facts. In 15 minutes, we have enough energy from the sun to power the entire world for the entire week. Right,
but so and the Middle East is not aware of that. The Middle East is not aware of that. Where is sunshine every single day of the year?
Because every one of these countries, including Nigeria, have a Dangote in it that doesn't want that to happen.
Oh, okay.
So
if only the world had your genius, huh?
No. You can insult me all you want, but I don't know.
No, I'm complimenting you because clearly you seem to know.
Our people would say in Igbo.
Of course, yes.
Somebody who kills somebody who came to his place is not strength. So if I come to your thing,
you are free to talk and I'm free to answer back. I don't have to buy into what you're saying.
Okay, but when a panelist asks me a question, it's only polite that you let me answer it, even if you don't want to answer yours.
No answer, but anyway, let me come off the screen because I'm not quite sure if.
No, I don't want you and I to have that kind of relationship on this program. Come on back here so that
but you know, this is about my third interaction with you, and I'm finding myself always having to say to you, speak to the facts as you know them. Don't embellish and don't, you know.
I know, but for somebody like you who is fact checking somebody, it would be nice if you have a little computer right there so you could Google it. I cannot prove a negative to you. If I make a statement of fact, it's now the onus is on you, on your head, to prove me wrong.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Even if you go to a courtroom, there's something called the best evidence rule. If somebody comes into a courtroom and introduces an evidence, you just can't come out there and start talking nonsense that is no good. You have to show me that's better. Tell me what I've said that is not true.
You said Dangote is a mom and pop business. That is not true.
He's taking away businesses from mom and pop businesses. If you have people who are able to harvest tomatoes and be able to sell it, and he takes it over and he doesn't.
All right, perhaps you are right. I don't let you land your point, so I'll do that. But first, let me acknowledge Plenty Water super chat. Yeah, I think this is from two conversations back, Petty Water, sorry I'm so late to your super chat. It says, is it easy for government to help innocent mortals without going public, where owners can wake up anytime to sell his private company to a foreigner? So I'm not quite sure. That might well be out of sequence with the conversation where it is now, but it's speaking to something that was said previously. Is it easy for government to help innocent mortals without going public, where owner can wake up anytime to sell his private company to a foreigner? So he's essentially saying it's not a publicly listed company, and if the owner takes government support and then sells to a private foreigner, then he wins twice, essentially. So thank you. I will seek to round off now, and I would like Pansat to hold on so that you can have the last word, because it seems as though I'm not giving you the space to fully express yourself, which I'm keen to do. So I will seek now to start rounding off, and we'll start off with engineer. So engineer, if you just give us words, and then we go to Ola, Ajale Koko, and then Pansat can close things off for us. So engineer, to you.
Thank you very much. And what I'm just about to say here from the beginning, what happened to Nnamdi Kanu for Nigerian government to go after Ohanaeze to have a chat with them so they can witness the court case. Yeah, I found that very, very, very unpleasant to the Igbos, and I find it a little bit worrying here. The reason why I'm saying that is, to be honest, if Malami, they want to invite Igbos to come have a look, I believe they should have write a letter or something, post something to them to show that, okay, we are giving you guys time, but we need you to respond, and we need to know how many people are coming to witness the judgment regarding Nnamdi Kanu and the Nigerian government. Because something that is going on there that I always say is not right. Because when it comes to reality, I believe Ohanaeze, they're not the only Igbos in Nigeria. We have other strong Igbos that are there, and I don't see it coming that they sat down together to discuss it, or to make sure that things are that everything will go well in the court. But for Malami to go behind and speak to Ohanaeze, that's it's something I call it a bit dodgy, and it's time for the Igbos to wake up and realize that something is going on wrong in that aspect, and that's all I can say regarding the Nnamdi Kanu thing. When you come to again Nigerian politics, these people are there to keep playing with people's mind. We always said we are wise, we are clever, we are this, we are that, with the Oxford certificate, the other university English certificate, American certificate. But we need to sit down and question ourselves, how come the Fulanis who don't go to school, they're the one in charge of the country, they're the one in charge of everything? Because we need to be honest, to speak to ourselves. It's a big question mark there that we need to figure out something in between ourselves. And part of the reason we need to figure out is communication and understanding. Because without that, we'll still be finding ourselves in the hole. You understand? So it's something we need to understand and make agreements. Sit down, keep religion aside, keep tribalism aside, keep keep that mentality aside. Then we speak to ourselves. if we speak to ourselves, things will work for good for everybody. So that's the little thing that I can say. And also thank you guys for coming out tonight. We know it's not easy, but it's part of we're finding solution to see how Nigeria will be okay for every individual. And pray God will continue to help everybody.
Thank you, engineer. And after that hat, by the way, I think you get better quality ones where you are. So I'll DM you on Instagram, and then you can point me in the direction of getting that hat. I'm after one. Thank you. But you still owe us because you've done Hausa clothing, you've done Igbo, but you have not yet done Yoruba. We're waiting.
To be honest, I'll go to my garage. I think there's a place I put them while I was moving to my property.
No, we have to because you know it's Wazobia now. So you've done Zo and Bia, but you've not done Wa.
No problem. I'll do that. I'll do that.
So we're waiting for you. Engineer, ladies and gentlemen.
One man,
yes.
I posted the link to 5 series. I gave you 5 instead of 2. That are 100%.
Okay, where have you posted it?
On the chat.
Well, I can't see it, but because I think people are actually they are waiting for you in the chat. If you look at the comments, they are waiting for your cities.
Oh, you don't see my post?
No. I can only see people asking for it.
Yeah.
Plenty Water is asking for it.
I
Baker Ortiz is asking for it. Everybody is asking for it.
Okay. Does anybody else see the chat? Ask the other people. I don't know why you don't see it.
No, we don't see. If we go to, I don't know. Well, if you stay in front of your gadget, you see like a little bit chat message logo.
I know, but I'm on my phone, but I use my computer.
Go to private chat on your phone. There you can post it. That all of us will see.
I posted it on my desktop in the chat section. I see there. I see Baker Ortiz before me. There's 3 posts that I made on the chat section. 3.
The last post on the chat is Baker Ortiz. It says, at Plenty Water, the solar companies are into new strategy. Yes. Yeah, so that's...
I see it. Then there's mine before that with the link. And then there's another one below that from me.
No one can see it, but
nobody can see that.
Okay, I'm gonna see what I do because the link is quite long. I can't do it on my phone. I'm doing it on my
No, that's fine. Just list the cities verbally, and people can check it. Yeah.
Okay.
But thank you, engineer. You can do that. Yes, you can do that when you're doing your rounding up. Let's get to Ola. So, short words from you, Ola.
Okay. Starting from what engineer said that Fulani seems to be smarter than the rest of Nigeria. I say no, they are not smarter. Anybody, when I say Fulani, I talk about the violent one among them, not the gentle one or those stuff. See, the thing is, Fulani are not as competitive as other ethnic group in Nigeria. And the reason being that, if you look at them, all they rely on is business government. And the exclusive are moving so much under the exclusive list, I've helped them to just get so many things under this thing. So all they focus on is government appointment, how to corner government, this thing. They are not as competitive as you and I that we even left Nigeria to compete there in different in foreign land and still survive there. So don't see them because they use violence to silence people. The exclusive list give them a lot to share. So that is why one of the reasons we are clamoring for restructuring. So don't see them as smarter than Igbo man. Don't see them as smarter than Yoruba man. Don't see them as smarter than anybody. No, they are not smarter. They are not just competitive. Then secondly, my fear about what Pantami is doing now. Someone is hailing him that they are seeing him as like AHMADU BELLO, all those stuff. And, we have to face the fact, we know the legacy of AHMADU BELLO, one of those people that divided Nigeria with the way, with the substances that said, okay, we're not employing Goma, we're not employing Yoruba man, we employ foreigner first.
if we cannot find the northerner. So we know all those things that man represented. But my fear about Pantami now is that he should not use his position to register foreign men as Nigerians. And before we wake up, people from Mali, people from Central Africa, all those Fulani are just Nigerians overnight. So I don't know why they are hailing him as the AHMADU BELLO, because that is suspicious. Then on KEMI Adeosun, the only thing I need to say is this: well, unfortunately, that lady fell a victim of circumstance, because I think in her story, maybe his boss helped her to secure the NYSC certificates. Maybe she was even ignorant of it. Well, there's no ignorance under the law. He perjured, or maybe he committed forgery. But at the end of the day, he did the right thing by leaving the seat of power and prove herself. And prove herself at least to some limit. The only honorable person that did that, although his own situation was a clean situation, was just because of the conflict of interest when they were doing this power privatization, all those things. That's Professor Pantami, a very honorable man. Just step aside, just to make sure everything. But you know, other than that, in Nigeria, everybody sit there. They will say it is the work of my enemy. I have to sit there. You know, you defend. You sit down on that power. You stay there. So. For what I congratulate KEMI on that his victory, but we cannot say he did not commit forgery anyway. We can't say he didn't commit forgery. So to me, then lastly, I will advise Nigerians that look away from business of Dangote, look away from business of Adenuga, look away from this thing. We have Magma there that died, we have Bata there that died, we have so many businesses that died. Nigeria during the Western period, we didn't depend on cement, we didn't depend on this thing, we depend on cocoa and the value chain around cocoa and value chain around agriculture. So we have so many businesses.
And we built television stations and
skyscrapers, all those stuff
on cocoa.
So we have so many things we can do. Dangote romance with the government is a distraction. We have so many things we can do. Where Nigeria function very well, whatever Dangote is producing is not even supposed to be up to 1% of Nigerian GDP. So who is Dangote? Let's forget about his investment and look at other areas that are fertile that we can exploit. So that's just what I have to say. Thank you for the platform.
Thank you, Ola. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Anytime you hear from Ola, you will always be guaranteed a detailed and an informed analysis. This is what you know, and that expectation of Ajanle Koko too. Ajanle Koko, to you.
Dangote is the favor that Dangote get from the government all through on every business ventures that he has dabbled into has helped him a lot to achieve what he has achieved as the richest man in Africa. I don't want to believe that is a genius or is a very astute businessman. Because if every other person or any one of us got the same backing and favor from the government on any business that we dabble into in that country, we will achieve the same height or better than what he achieved. What I'm trying to say in essence is that a nation that favors certain people cannot achieve her full potential economically and on everything, because small businesses are the backbone of every economy that we see in the world that are doing well. If you don't have strong small businesses that flourish well in your economy will keep on struggling, because small businesses, create more job. They energize the economy, and they expand the opportunity in the economy as well, and they bring in innovation. So when you don't have an economy that supports strong business, small business, we don't have an economy. Electricity as well will play a big role, in guaranteeing a strong economy. So we should focus on electricity in all ways we can, by solar, by other alternative source of energy, and everything. So we have to focus on that as a nation. So on Nnamdi Kanu, I have a simple advice for Nnamdi Kanu. If Indigo, in collaboration with his lawyer in Nigeria, in collaboration with the attorney they hired in Great Britain, if they can broker a peace deal for him, he has to take it. He needs to learn from the mistake of some others, particularly Abiola. If Abiola has, taken the peace deal that United Nations and United States brokered for him with the government, if he had accepted it and abandoned June 12th, he wouldn't have died. He would have still be alive, or maybe he would have come back to be president of Nigeria. But he stood on his point that June 12th must be June 12th actualization. He stood on his point and he didn't take the offer, and he lost his life on that. So Nnamdi Kanu is a young man. I think he's in his 40s. He have his wife. He have his children. He have to, his family, and help to be with his wife and support his children. So if they broker a peace deal for him, he should take it. He who fight and run away can come back to fight another day. That's my advice for Nnamdi Kanu.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Have a good rest. So to you, Pansat, the floor is yours. So you can close the session for us. As you can see from the comment section, people are clamoring for you to give them a list of those states that you said are exclusively powered by solar energy in the United States. A lot of Americans on the platform, and they are keen to know. So to you, Pansat.
Very well. Thank you very much. And Ajanle Koko, very, very nice, very good. And was a former guy, Ola, right? Okay, the cities, I'll give you Aspen, Colorado, Greensburg, Kansas, Burlington, Vermont, Kodiak Island, Alaska, and Rockport, Missouri. Now, I could spell some of this for you. I don't know if you...
No, that's fine. The Americans should be able to get it. That's fine. I think they should be able to get the spelling. So just your closing remarks so that we can all get to sleep. So to you.
Very well. I appreciate the forum and everything that we discussed so far. Now, personally, the issue I have with Nigeria is that we have to now take care of that country. We have to do another version of what Rawlings did in Ghana in order to get them to move on forward. Our solution is going to be different. But no more small ball stuff like even building this solar and doing all this stuff, trying to put a bandage over it. We're going to have to take care of this country and our people and our kids. It's time to do the right thing. So I'm not going to take a lot of your time, but I'm just speaking as a solution for electricity and all that. We don't need fossil fuel. It's very easy. Even personally, I could take care of getting the electricity to Nigeria with just solar and photovoltaic cells. Okay, the storage right now, which was what the problem was before, the storage is very, very good, and especially the ones that are made by Tesla. Now, on the Nnamdi Kanu issue, it's nobody knows. We don't know everything, but from what we know, he's a freedom fighter. He's an activist, and he sacrificed his life for this cause. So the Nigerian state stand to be the one to lose. If they kill him, no matter what they do, it's not going to stop the agitation. The only thing that could even make a dent on the agitation for Biafra is getting rid of the Fulanis who don't belong in Nigeria. And those who are Nigerian citizens by immigration need to be educated to know that we're Nigerians, all of us, both those who are Christians and those who are Muslims. There is no tribe in Nigeria that is a pushover. That's not. Okay, they may be slow to anger. The Igbos are not pushovers. There's no way anybody's going to come and conquer them. The Yorubas are not pushovers. There's no way anybody could come and conquer them. The thieves, the Jaws. There's no Nigerian tribe that you're just going to come and take over from outside, from even the Hausas, with what they suffered in the past. So what we need to do is to take care of that issue. Now, if Nigeria is fair, yeah, some people may reconsider Biafra. Personally, Biafra would always be my home, my heart, but it could belong in a larger African country or even Nigeria. Doesn't matter to that degree if it's fair and equitable, and we stop suffering this jihad from that side. On Sunday, I support what it's doing, trying to get rid of the terrorist Fulanis from outside who are occupying their forests and killing their farmers and all kinds of stuff. So I support him in his fight. And he's also an activist, and they could kill him if they want to. That's fine. That's the way it is. If just like I'm showing myself now, is because I'm ready to die. If they want to kill me, you kill me. Before, I'm not the one who's going to come on the show like this talking the way I'm talking and all that stuff. But it's heart-wrenching to see the people who are getting killed in our country. It's just, I don't care who it is. I'm not a Shia. I don't subscribe to their theology. But there's no way you're going to come and kill that many people, and it would elicit outrage from me. So that's on Dangote. He is not a positive for us. Okay, it seems like a nice guy. I don't know him very well, but his activities are no help to our economy at large. So a lot of our youth out of work. It's probably over 50%. I don't have the figures, but just viscerally, I could tell that it's over 50% unemployment youth, and our kids are talented. So he's not helping anything. Government has to do social work in Nigeria. It's not going to be an individual. It has to be a hybrid of government taking care. Don't give away industries to individuals they're just self-centered, self-interested. Okay, and especially somebody like Dangote, we've seen him for a long time. If it's economic super empowerment to show that the Igbos or the Yorubas are stupid, well, it's not flying. It's not going to work. He's not smarter than anybody. Okay, so to go jacking up the price, especially with this COVID ravaging everybody, other philanthropists, other billionaires in other countries cut down their price, give away stuff. In this country where I am and every other country, the billionaires assisted the poor to do the right thing. They lower their price or give away their merchandise for free. So you're going to jack up your price with the COVID ravaging the world, and then having your people block the southern borders and leaving yours open. Arresting people who are in banking. For instance, Mr. Tuche, the other day was arrested. This is a hardworking guy. This is a very nice, a very good businessman, because they're trying to take over the banking and turn it into Sharia banking. Now, it's not fair to go and remove Mr. Onagan, Chief Justice of Nigeria, illegally without the 2/3 of the Senate participation. For Mr. Buhari to remove that person and then put in a Sharia, Tanko justice, their Supreme Court justice, it's appalling. So time and after time, you have never had a Southern come, the EFCC chairman, ever. That is unacceptable. And then to use that agency to go after everybody else, and the Yorubas, the Igbos, and stuff like that. So I don't want to make this a discussion about anti-Muslim or whatever, but all I'm saying is that with their own indulgence, I want them to think about what would be like, what would Nigeria be like if we stop right now and do the right thing. So I know you're gonna close this out right now. I'm saying let's have more Sheikh Sanis from the north. There's a few there. Let them come out and appeal to our people from our side. It's a religious thing.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pansat. Good to meet you. And sorry if I came across a bit abrupt, but hopefully you have more interactions with the session. And in the course of that interaction, you notice that I argue a lot, but the one thing that just roused me is when I feel or I know that somebody is making stuff up, because then that immediately then gets me on alert. And so just facts as I don't even mind somebody getting it wrong, but facts as we all know them, because I get things wrong, I get pulled up, and you get things wrong, you will get pulled up too. So nothing personal, and of course we've relished in your company, and we hope to see you again. So a new voice in the mix, ladies and gentlemen, Pansat.
Thank you
Good
very
to
much.
meet you. So that was Pansat narrating what he would like us to hear from him. So we have heard from Pansat, we have heard from everyone else. It's been a bit of a mellow session, no heavyweight topic, but we've just enjoyed the conversation amongst ourselves. Just chat amongst friends, essentially, is how to sum it up. So that has been what's happened here today. We've meandered through a series of not so high punching talking points, and then we landed on Dangote to discuss if it was a plus or a minus for the Nigerian state and the Nigerian person. Decisions not still, the verdict still out on that. The jury still out on that. So come give your verdicts, especially on that and other matters that has been discussed. So that has been the session, but the session, of course, does not end with the live streaming. The conversation usually carries on in the comment section. So the things you have to do, you click on that red subscribe button first. That is very important because that just helps, this conversation evolve and grow even bigger. So do that first if you haven't done that already. So click on that subscribe button so that you're a member of the team. Haven't then done that, what you've agreed with or disagreed with in the course of this conversation, or what you feel was not expressed and you would like to express it, come do all of that in the comment section. I will come and engage you there. So I'll leave you here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section, but here I say peace.